Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Tomo, thank you so much for the raid. It is very much appreciated. Ismaki, thank you for the cheer. Welcome, everybody. Welcome from Tomo's stream as well. I hope you had fun, Tomo. Were you playing some 4.0? How is it going? Did it go smoothly? Or not so smooth? Anyway, shall we get going? Like that, and then like that. I think we're good. 07, and welcome. Let's see who's here. Firstly, we'll start with Twitch, because there is a lot more there, especially now after Tomo's raid. We have Persuaded Terror and Sentinel. Thank you. Sorry, Sentient. Thank you so much for the follow. Deacon, Sandman, Coffee, Solomon, Colo, Rift, City Gamer, Tango in T-Rex, Jones, Ralphan, Deacon, hang on, I've said Deacon, G-Sharp, Monstrous Hybrid, Tomo, of course, Apoc, Ismaki, thank you for the cheer again, Zozda, Citizen John, those bagels, Attackat, I like that. Kind of flows off the tongue. Mythius. Deacon, thank you for gifting Monstrous Hybrid a 3-month gift sub. Here's some party, please. That is very kind of you. Let's do a party bus as well. Real Exodus. Academy. Jedi. Kaivari. Sentient Natalie, of course. Marcon. We're almost at the bottom. I, Peter. And Jin. 07. And welcome. And then over on YouTube, let's see who's there. We have JJ, Wobble, Ty, Thomas, Dine, Scotty Doohoo, Liquid, Honcho, Jeff. Thank you for becoming a channel member, by the way, Jeff, the other day. Appreciate that, sir. Thomas, Shepherd. What? Oh, that says Friday. Okay. Deplorable 1-inch bowl every time. And Whack Pigeon 07. And welcome. And Josh. Am I actually playing? You've had... No, I'm in your boat. I'm kind of in the same position as you, Josh. The title of the stream is maybe playing Star Citizen 4, or maybe Star Citizen 4.0, or chat and chill. At this time, I'm more inclined to just chill out and chat. There's a little inkling to play it just because there's been another hotfix, but at the same time, reading up about 4.0.1 and how that's going to fix hundreds of issues that we've been having, I think I may just wait. Unless I get the urge to play. I don't know. But yeah, at this time, I'm just going to chill out. We're going to chat. Because it is getting a bit frustrating. Walter, good afternoon. Hybrid over there too. And Sandman over there too. Yeah, you're waiting for the PTU, Shepherd. Nox07. You've renamed the folder. I will just copy the folder over and then down, so I'll have both, just in case I want to play either or. But yeah, I'll just skip this song. It's background music. I'll probably just wait for the PTU build. But I say that, but yeah, if I feel the urge to jump in and play, I'll just do it, Hey, Paul, over here on the tubes. That's proper Yorkshire, that is. How you doing over on the tube, Solomon? LGA 07. Chat and chill is way more achievable than play Star Citizen 4.0 and chill. There's probably no chilling right now. Flying Cow, how you doing? Caffeine Fiend, welcome. Reebs 07, guys. You've been a YouTube sub for some time, but new to Twitch TV. Are you accepting requests to join your Star Citizen org? Absolutely, mate. If you, exclamation org, it's probably already there. Yeah, thank you, APOC. If you want to join my org, by all means do so. We don't necessarily do much org-based gameplay at this time, but when I'm streaming, even if you're not in the org, you're welcome to join in when it's, not necessarily when it's like an off-grid zero to hero thing, because that's more of a, let's sort of give ourselves some struggles. But when it's like just a bunch of us jumping in and playing, then by all means, join in. But yeah, you can absolutely join the org. Once we get more of the org control updates and so forth, then I will round that out a bit more, and hopefully that'll help to make it a lot more plausible to jump in easier, round everybody up and get on with it, Should say we don't do yeah, we're not really doing much in the org at this time, but a lot of the org members and non-org members, when I'm streaming, jump in and we all play. So it's up to you, mate, of course, but you are more than welcome. No, so the PTU build was supposed to come yesterday, this 4.0.1, and about 12:30 in the morning, I had literally just gone to sleep. Someone had a weird wake-up where it was about 9:30. She woke up crying her eyes out, really upset about something. I think she had a bit of gas. But it woke her up and she wouldn't go back to sleep again till nearly 11:30. And then what did I watch last night? I just watched something on the iPad and then went to sleep. But it was literally at the time that the patch dropped. Oh no, sorry, that they told us that it's getting pushed till today, which should bring more fixes. We will go through the information about that soon, because it is sounding like it is a much needed build. I mean, it's essentially the build that they were aiming to get out before the Christmas break, you know, the full 4.0 live build, but just didn't have the time, which is why we've seen with the preview build a lot of these issues come in. As far as I know, the hotfix... Yeah, exactly. Which is fine, you know, it'll eventually come, hopefully tonight being the night, and it should fix... I mean, they've, as mentioned in the video that I just put out today, just this minute, in fact, there's 100+ critical blockers, high priority bug fixes with that build, which, I mean, I'm sure they haven't tackled everything, but if they can tackle the primary ones that are keeping everyone from playing consistently or even getting in at all, then that would be good. You made the same call last night, had a loaded ship set for some surface mining in Pyro, ran into interaction delays again. I can never pronounce that. Egregious. I always just avoid it. It's just what I struggle with. Interaction delays. Then after a log out, ran into infinite load screen. Yeah, right now, as much as... So they did say that they're not intending on a wipe, going from 4.0 preview to 4.0.1, but they will let us know closer to the date. So it's not out of we're not out of the woods of there potentially being a wipe. I hope there isn't. But playing on the preview build now, if there isn't a wipe especially, it feels like it's just sort of more steps back, because you may be doing quite a bit, or you may have been able to do quite a bit prior, and then you start playing now and it all goes to pops. Well, I tried to comfort her, but she kept asking for mummy, funnily enough. So Mum went in and she sat with her for a while. Avanti 07. It was on the night time. She usually favours Mum. First time I'm seeing your face in such a long time. I'm watching. Oh, you've been watching my videos. Well, thank you so much. What do you reckon? Smash or pat? I'm kidding. We're not playing that game. Real question though. Do you ever get so wrapped up in your Star Citizen profession you catch yourself thinking about it towards in real life stuff? I look at old buses off the roadside and think, that's... It definitely has happened in the past. Not necessarily like RMC, but yeah, there's definitely been like crossovers. I can't think of any offhand though. Can't think of any of those. If any come to mind, I'll let you know. What impresses me is the racing sim streamers that somehow manage to drive a car right on the limit and and talk at the same time, like it's just second nature, the driving part. Absolutely. You really should learn to start working on press to voice chat again for Discord so I can join people. Yeah, it's definitely something that's a requirement. Like if you're playing with me, you know, irrespective of whether we're live streaming or not, it's just common courtesy, isn't it, to not just open mic all the time because of background noise, breathing, eating, snorting, whatever, or sniffing, should I say, unless you're just doing drugs. But you know what I mean? It's just, it is irritating to hear that stuff in the background. So just out of courtesy, yeah, push to talk. From your video, what did you mean by change the folder? So T-Hole, welcome, mate. When you, like, if you go into your folder for where Star Citizen is, you go into Star Citizen, and then you have a list of... right now I have Live, which is the 324 build, Hotfix, which is an old build, I don't need that anymore, and 4.0 Preview. And for some reason I also have my VKB1 layout of controls. That's not supposed to be there. Now what you do is you basically click on the 4.0 Preview, copy that and paste it, and then change the name of one of those files, the new file, to just PTU. Capital letters PTU. So that when you come to download the new build, it automatically puts it in that file and it doesn't have to do a fresh install. It sees what you already have, which is the full 4.0 preview build, and then just adds the difference. So whatever it is new. They say don't do a full fresh install because it could cause, and it will likely cause a client crash. So yeah, copy, paste, change the name, and then download the patch. Don't do it any other way. Shenanigans 07, welcome. You haven't managed to get past the lifts at Area 18. It'll be interesting to see what they how this what do they call it? The stress test, because they were planning to do a stress test where everybody goes to Area 18 to start with, because they think they found a fix for the overlapping hangars bug, so they want to push as many people in that area as possible to see if that has fixed it, which is definitely a much-needed bug. Ruski, thank you so much for the 11 months. Beers and Paddy. Well, a much-needed bug fix, should I say. Who else we got? Let's catch up with chat. Smash, of course. Good. Smitty, how you doing? I find myself comparing new Star Wars ships. I definitely compare any sci-fi to Star Citizen now. Anything sci-fi, I compare it to Star Citizen. Yeah, absolutely. Rowan, how you doing? Welcome. I'm a bit spicy today. I might be. Origin unknown. The way tech is now, everyone should have PTT configured. Push to talk. Yeah, absolutely. It's just common courtesy when you're gaming online. Like, it's not a big deal, but it can get annoying. And I am someone who will just tell you if you're annoying me, or if you're doing something. Like, if the mic's too short, if too loud, too small, if it's blurry. You know, it's a bit like saying to someone, you've got a bogey. As much as you might feel a bit awkward telling them, they appreciate it, right? If I had a bogey on my nose and I was walking around town, I don't want someone who I'm with to just keep quiet about it and be like, oh, that's awkward. I want you to say, you've got snot on your face. Just check. I think what's worse than non-PTT users is people who refuse to use a headset and use... Yeah, so you can hear the bounce back. I mean, obviously not everyone can afford headphones or whatever, but yeah, it does get difficult. Everyone can afford to use PTT, but not necessarily headphones, which doesn't bother me as much, but it would be beneficial. Kevsky, how you doing? You did the exact same with this week's episode of Skeleton Crew. Tried working out what the equivalent Star Citizen ship was. Yeah, I've been watching. I've got through a few episodes. It's actually quite watchable. I think it's meant for kids in general, like, you know, young teens or whatever it is, Skeleton Crew. But I really enjoy it. Yeah, 95% of chat just checked their notes. Hunter, thank you so much for the donation or the super chat. I'm not sure what it is, but I appreciate it. Appreciate the $5, my friend. Let's get some parties and beers and hearts. Thank you so much. It's not like you're saying they smell or are ugly. You're just telling them, telling people to be polite. Yeah, exactly. It's just, you know, like some people might not know what the general courteous rules are for online gaming, and that's fine. Like I didn't know until I came online and had to learn. So it's just kind of bypassing that whole learning process and making it not a big deal, right? Your hair is too beautiful to use headphones. Vigorous, how you doing? Yeah, it annoys me, because especially when my hair's been growing, I take it off and I've just got this flat dip. Thankfully, I don't wear headphones that much that it's starting to rub baldness up there. Thomas P, how you doing? I just learned, thanks to you, Mac. What about bogeys? Total Gaming, how you doing? I have, when going to... You have lolled while going to Korea to do it. Guards are invincible. Not all, but 2 or 3 are. That'll be a challenge. Oh, well, there you go, Whack. Yeah, it's just common courtesy. Allocate a key to push to talk. I generally have cap locks as mine. So that when... The only downside is you may forget to press it. And when you're in a pinch and you want to sort of communicate, sometimes you might hold it down and forget to lift it off and so forth. But that's fine. You know, it's like stressful moments. It's a pass, right? It's fine. But you know what I mean. Rum Bandit, good day. How you doing? You've been watching it with the daughter. Not sure she's 100% knows what's going on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to when Summer's sort of old enough to get all this stuff. I've got a whole list of like movies to watch at whatever age. And I mean, you know, the 18 rated, it's fine. It doesn't have to be 18. I didn't watch most 18 films when I was 18, so yeah. Yeah, it's Goonies in space. Exactly. It's kind of like quite nostalgic in a way. Last week, we tried to exploit something out of CIG. Tried to scam Citizen, let's say, but we failed. What did you try and do? Oh, so suspension bands are a bit better, are they? Okay. I take it the other bit is just the hard, like this bit at the top. Good to know. Johnny, how you doing? Nice to see you. Tell you what, yesterday we went out to do a bit of shopping, and we went to a new store. There's a shopping area around where we live called Vanguard, and it's on the outskirts of York. And they've got a new shop, which is a go outdoors. And if you've been a part of my channel for a while, you know I love camping. But it's actually the biggest go outdoors in Europe. And wow, there's like, they have cafes, they have a restaurant, and it's just huge. I've always, like, every time I've gone to a go outdoors store, it's always been your basic brands, and I've never been too, like, taken by them. But this one had like a full Yeti display of coolers, one that had even been attacked by a bear, as you do. They had all sorts. And then upstairs was like a pitching area for tents, and you could go and check out all the big... I'm like, oh, this is a day out for me. Like a holiday in itself. Lebby, how you doing? Can you recommend a video for new players, specifically for 4.0? I think Morphologist has done a... I haven't seen it myself, but I know he's done a 4.0 introductory video, which might be one to watch. Wooty, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. For the 2-month subscription, should I say. And John Kozlov, thank you for the 20-month resub. Beers and Paddy. But yeah, other than that, by all means, I've got some videos out there that show off a bit of 4.0, but it's not really a introduction to Star Citizen 4.0 or, you know, where to start. It's more of just me playing the game more than anything. Yeah, Kev. I mean, you would know, wouldn't you? It's like, you need to get to it. I know it's kind of out of your way quite a bit, but flipping heck, what a store. Lightly salted. Yeah, it's not terrible, is it? It's quite watchable. Yo, Balth, how you doing, guys? Oh, it was gifted, was it, John? Oh, bless you, mate. Thank you. Rhino, how you doing? Yeah, I would definitely love to do some camping in Scandinavia. I've kind of been dialing in my cold camping setup. Of course, we're going to the Lake District in February. Myself, my brother, my 2 cousins, and maybe even our partners. You know, Rachel and someone will be coming as well. Not camping. They're going to stay in a hotel near like Windermere or Ambleside. But I'm hoping for it to be cold because I'm taking a hot tent, taking a stove. I have a new sleeping bag on the way, which should be good for comfort, you know, being around -20. Not that you can trust any of those ratings anyway, but I also got a little, like, Nemo sleeping pad to go underneath my Big Agnes Rapide sleeping bag, which should give me an extra 2 R rating. So I should be, like, cozy. And with the fire, when you're camping in, like, freezing temperatures... Like, if it's, I'm hoping it's going to be like this. We're like -3, -4. I'm hoping it'll be like that, but I feel like it's just going to be a bit warmer. No luck. Thank you so much for the cheer. Exclamation cheers, please. Thank you, sir. Ugly, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Let me just catch up on chat. Snake, welcome. Shadow, and welcome. Can't watch too long, but I'm expected more. Yes, there is another one on the way. I've got to get it edited, but I've got the footage. Thank you for watching, by the way. Michael Ratswallow, how you doing? I guess everybody is rude in real life then. There's no... Yeah. It's like, don't talk to me. Set up your push to talk before you even come over to me, please. Red Tech, welcome. Just got back into Star Citizen after more than half a decade after watching your videos. Very cool. You're more than welcome. Thank you. Yeah, there is more off-grid stuff coming. If you're looking to play again, I would say just wait till 4.0.1 goes live at least, because... what we have right now on the preview build is a little difficult. Robert does tutorials. How you doing? Last year, rocking about the public scooters. Yeah, York's a really nice place. I mean, it's an ancient place. It dates back centuries. and it's where summer was born, and it's just such a cool little. It's the local city to where we are now, rather than it being Hull, which I'm happy about. No offense, Hull. Solomon, thank you for the cheer! Exclamation cheers, please. Bless you, Jamstar Jam. Thank you so much for saying so. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's pretty janky right now. Absolutely. I realized you can upgrade referable MPU cargo. I had a friend melt his starter pack to upgrade his MPUV into something bigger. That'll be something like a $35 discount, but turns out when you melt your yes. Yeah, you've got to be careful because your actual game package is a part of that. Has he fixed it? Ruski, thank you for the cheers as well. Much appreciated, aiming for that hype train. You can even find themed camping, like Viking camping lots, where you get a large plot and you walk around and check out Viking-style villages, blacksmiths. That's that. I mean, yeah. When I come through to Scandinavia, we'll definitely be hitting up the campsites and whatnot. Or, can you camp anywhere in Scandinavia? I think you can, can't you? I was reading something about the Fjallraven bloke who created the backpack as a kid, and apparently you're allowed to free camp anywhere, but you've just got to take other people's land into consideration, but apparently you're allowed to. I don't know. Gonji, thank you for hitting that hype train level 1. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you. Native American stable foods. Good old pemmican. I've never heard of that hybrid. Thing is, I love camping, and I love all the different ways you can do it. And I love cooking while camping. In fact, I've got a battery-operated... Rachel got this chargeable blender, which I'll be interested to see what I can do with that. I just need to find a way to... if I can use my little camp stove, which is only tiny, roast things like butternut and whatnot inside, or veggies. I think if I wrap it in foil and stick it in there and just keep it ploughed with wood, keep it hot, let it turn into charcoals and then keep that going, that would be nice. Warren, thank you for gifting a channel membership over on YouTube. Much appreciated. Let's get some beers and parties and 07s and some hearts out there as well. Thank you so much, my friend. In fact, we need to add that one, don't we? I'm not keeping up with chat very well. I'm trying. Scott, good morning. How you doing? Keswick. Well, we're going to Brothers Water. It's the only campsite that is open all year round. And it has a nice pub, nice food, amazing views of just the mountains in the background. We're going there. Probably head out on Windermere on a boat as well. My cousin has a nice boat, so we'll do that, I think. But yeah, Lake District. Oh, it's beautiful. Astroman, how you doing? I had a dream last night where I was mining in a prospector and I was able to sift out inert materials. Just a dream. Not reality, I'm afraid. Absolutely not. Thank you, Jamster. I appreciate you saying so. It's very, very kind of you, mate. Thank you for watching. Daniel07. Yeah, we're on Twitch as well, so if it gets confusing when I'm reading out comments and you're like, who the hell said that? That's why. I don't have a combined chat for you guys, and I don't have it for me. I just skip between them. Oh, Scott, enjoy your gift sub. At least here in Sweden you can camp anywhere, so you can then. So you can do that in Scotland. That's why I used to love going camping in Scotland. We haven't been back since COVID, really, because after COVID we had kids, myself and my eldest cousin. So now that they're getting a bit older and Summer and Rachel can come with us, we should be able to go out camping in Scotland again. It's so amazing. Just, you don't realise how the scale of, England changes. Even in Wales or the Lake District, you got to, as soon as you get to like Glencoe, it's just wow. AJ, welcome. This is the gameplay reveal that they did at CitizenCon of Squadron. It's not me playing, but it's kind of like the introduction to Squadron. Gene, good day. How you doing? Welcome. Paglia Mia 07, welcome. basically beef jerky, but better. It's nuts, dried food, and meat minced together with a bit of fat and slow cured and dehydrated. Well, as a fully plant-based eater, I probably won't be eating that. But it sounds interesting. Pumpsins, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Aquila Fox, thank you for the follow as well. Honcho, thank you for gifting a gift sub out on to Skork. Much appreciated. Beers and party, please. But I love trying to cook different foods on my stove. It's quite a challenge, but, you know, there's nothing else to do. So you might as well. You can park anywhere where there is a parking lot. There's literally thousands of bivouacs with full fireplaces. Are they like bothies in Scotland? Like just places where you can live? Keel Brock. Yeah, I haven't got exclusive access to Squadron, sorry. That would I bet a lot of people freak out. I had kids with my eldest cousins. Yeah, welcome to the outsticks of Yorkshire. No. You have COVID now, Sinkhole. Hopefully you can recover fast, my friend. Finland, you have roughly translated... In Finland, you have roughly translated every man's right law. That's it, which means you are allowed to move nearly everywhere in the country with a few exceptions like yards, and instant proximity of yards are protected. And also, you are not allowed to destroy things like cut down trees. No, fair enough. You can pick berries, mushrooms, and so on, but you are not allowed to hunt, kill. There are certain methods you can fish. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Good to know. Thank you, Real. Absolutely interesting. Aquila Fox, welcome. So, I think my best guess for when 4.0 will go live, you know, like officially live, is tonight we will have 4.0.1 on the PTU. This brings, hopefully, all the necessary fixes, improvements, and updates to the preview build that we have to then make that a live build. Whether there's more they want to do, I don't know. So it really depends on just what the outcome is of this current build. And then if it is good, they'll then push that to live. If there's more they need to do, then they will do that. So we'll see. Whereabouts are you based in Scotland, Balth? You do prefer to return to the fully plumped brick. Yeah, no, I enjoy going out and camping. Oh, there's a veggie version. I'll look that up, my friend. Yeah, just DM me with the name of that, and I mean, most things I can make veggie anyway, so just, yeah, DM me with the name, and I'll see if I can figure it out. Yeah, I love camping, but I love Star Citizen. I love playing games. And I love a bed. So I don't think I could stay out forever. Major, how you doing? Welcome. If you went camping in Scotland, you and I would be in the same mountain range, 3,300 miles apart. Really? Man, that must be really nice, APOC. Very jealous. You're hoping for a new job. I will get to go camping with my new kayak and kayak camping setup. Oh, I love it when you do like specific stuff. I want to do bike packing as well, but I've got the bike. I just need to figure out all the gear, which will take a while. But yeah, I love that. Yes, this should bring the mission bug fixes as well. I don't know because they haven't specifically told us exactly what bugs are getting fixed outside of they hopefully have a fix for the overlapping hangars. I think that's it. But there's 100+ critical blocker bugs being fixed, and I think the mission stuff will be some of that as well. Tamlin, how you doing? I have been to Sweden. I have been to Scandinavia. And it was very cold, but very beautiful. Owl Cluster, welcome. So I use a pair of gunfighters on MONSTERTECH mounts. And I've got the left one as an Omni throttle. I will be putting together a video talking about all the setup. I'm just waiting on a center mount from MONSTERTECH to finish it off. And then I'll hook up GAMEGLASS and stuff like that. It's about the same as Sweden, Norway is, so you can camp anywhere. I mean, that's how it should be. Still trying to catch up. I'm trying, Gene. I'm trying. I'm still getting used to the two chats. I feel like I spend too much time on one and then I forget about the other one. I don't forget about the people, just the chat. Can you cover the second and third game a bit of Squadron? So, I don't know what it's all of it we know is about the whole Vanduul attack. I think it's all I can I don't know because it's not been put out. I mean, I think there's been some leaks and I've avoided them. But the way I see it is a bit like how Arma handled, Arma 3 handled their missions. Their main campaign bits where you have the initial getting attacked and having to pull back, then getting reorganized and then fighting back. I feel like it's going to be a similar thing to Arma 3's layout where you're working for the UEE on a whatever vessel, just doing menial jobs, checking out this pirate issue with Shuban pirates out with the OMC out near the Shuban mining outpost, and it's like a bit of a deal going on with that, and then all of a sudden there's like this huge scale attack, and you've survived out of barely anybody, and then you reissue as a pilot for the UEE Navy, and then you join that, and that's kind of the first campaign. We don't really know what the second and third campaign is going to involve. And they will not tell us. They'll keep that very quiet. But there's supposed to be 3 main chapters. And this is the first one. Yeah, like a bothy, Deke. Same sort of thing, isn't it? You're welcome, Aquila Fox. If you've got any questions, and this goes to everybody, if you've got any questions about Star Citizen, the project, the games, by all means ask away. Killer Void, how you doing? I wouldn't have known you were live if it weren't for your video. Really? Have you got notifications on? Because I do post on Twitter, on X, and on YouTube and Twitch should automatically notify those who want to be notified. Obviously, if you haven't got notifications on for whatever reason, then you won't, and that's fine. But they should ping out. Nasty B, how you doing? Nice to see you, my friend. Happy New Year. All I want is stability at this point so I can get my Starlancer max and do some space hauling. Yeah, so it's nice to know what their intention is, which is getting 4.0 sorted. We've seen that stability is possible. We just need the proper fixes, and there's some systems that need refactoring before it's essentially done, outside of dynamic meshing. And then from there, it is like this year, their priority is stability, playability. So, things actually working, not necessarily just the servers being stable and the game being stable, but the content being playable, like missions. And then adding content as well. So we will see what 4.0.1 brings, but I'm really hoping that now that 4.0 is here with static server meshing, we have this platform, this foundation that is always fun, not hindered or riddled with really problematic bugs, which we have seen for the last 2 years, really 3 years with Cortex rolling out. We've had bugs in the past and they're not overly too bad, but, stopping people from getting in is definitely a big deal. Last night I was delivering cargo at Walla and I remembered you. I found a Connie 24 kilometers from the outpost with cargo, guns and loot. Got everything into my Starlancer. Oh, nice. Did you manage to get out of there before anything broke? What I would love to do with the org, once we have ways and means to do so, is if you are out and about and, doing what you're, like, say, for example, you're delivering something and you see something like a salvageable vessel or you find something of interest, being able to drop the marker on the map, report that in that location, if you want to. I mean, you could obviously capitalize from it yourself, but report that back to the org headquarters, which hopefully we'll be able to have someone manning it all the time, or at least, myself being able to sort of take in information and spread that out, and then sending out a crew to go and clear it up, sending out security to support them and so on. All in Area 18, nice. Ebone, thank you for following earlier, by the way. Where can I find an event info and my progress within. Do you mean by event Save Stanton? Is that the event you're on about? Avermore and Rotherham. Oh, okay. I've never heard of those places. They sound quite remote, though. Highway Hero. How you doing? Welcome. But you're close to Glasgow. You're a bit of a city boy now. Nice. Yeah, it's like you've got Glasgow, and then you've got Loch Lomond and Glencoe, and then it's like you're into the Highlands. So nice. Sagan, welcome. They say the story is based on the fall of the Roman Empire, right? The Vanduul represent the Vanduul barbarians. I wish I knew more about that now. I'll have to do some research now that I've got an interest in it. Yeah, so essentially, Aquila, what we're watching here is the gameplay reveal of your, I think it's kind of like the prologue or the introduction to Squadron 42, where it kind of onboards you, it lets you dial in your keys and your, how the game works. It's very handholdy, it's very easy by the looks of things. I mean, you can turn the difficulty up, and it's very cinematic, which think Squadron 42 is probably going to be more along the lines of something like a Metal Gear Solid than anything, because there's a lot of cinematic scenes. Apparently, though, you are able to view those scenes from first person. I don't know if they're still doing that. I think they might be, but they said you would have the option to either watch the cinematic thing going on or watch it from your own perspective and stay in first person almost throughout. But I don't know if they're going to do that, because obviously they've put a lot of effort into making it feel like a playable movie. But yeah, this is the introduction where you are just a gunner on a javelin. I think you're on a javelin, aren't you? And as we have seen in this example, in this reveal, you get attacked, overwhelmed by the Vanduul. You manage to get out of there, and then you sign up to be a Navy pilot. And then I think you get reallocated to the Stanton, not the system, but the Idris ship, the UEE Stanton, where you are a pilot on there with Mark Hamill, and it kind of flows from there, where I guess you work your way up to taking on the Vanduul, but starting out by just having maybe small altercations with the OMC gang and looking into their whatever it is they're doing to the Shuban mining outpost, which sounds like they actually have a bit of a collaboration going, and you're interfering more than anything, but it's still interesting to see how it'll play out. What's that, Daniel? Sorry. Do you think they'll fix the mission? Oh, yeah, well, yes. So that's what I mean. 4.0.1 should see a fix for missions. That's what I meant, is that some of the bug fixes, we don't know because they haven't specified, but like I say, there's 100+ bug fixes coming in for 4.0.1. So, yeah, I'm assuming part of that is going to be the mission stuff. Tidfu, welcome. Oh man, I have to skip a few on Twitch. I apologize. I didn't realize I hadn't scrolled down. Jept07, welcome. Can you currently get interdicted by NPCs? I don't know. We used to be able to, and it used to be very common. But I don't know if it still happens. Has anyone been interdicted by an NPC of late? Squadron 42 is basically cutscenes with the option to game. Yeah, very tutorial-based, cinematic-heavy. It's a prologue. It sort of introduces you to characters, to game mechanics, to the story, and then you get in and properly play it more consistently, I suspect. But it does sound like there is going to be a heavy emphasis on cinematics. I'm thinking of just chilling and chatting, Gene. Yeah, I don't want to burn out on 4.0. Like, when I stop streaming, or when I play Star Citizen and then come away, I don't want it to feel like, I don't want to feel annoyed. And if I do start feeling annoyed, then I stop playing. If I come away and I'm like, oh man, I wish I could keep playing, that was so much fun, then I will keep playing. But when I'm coming away from it being like, that was a ball ache, then I take a break. Like the last few streams we've had where me and Deacon have just been having problem after problem. And on a 0 to hero, your progress, any progress is huge. So any bug that limits that can be crippling, you know. Calpin 07. I'm not like bitter or anything because, you know, it's an alpha. I'm choosing to play it this way as an alpha. It is what it is. But I just, over the, you know, the 12 years I've been doing this, I kind of balance and I can tell when I'm going to burn out and when I'm not. So I'm super excited to see 4.0.1, but right now I'm like, let's just put the brakes on 4.0 for the time being. Oh, you have been interdicted, have you? Hybrid. Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long while, but if it's still happening, then it happens. It's not happened to you in the last year. Yeah, I wonder if they've just sort of changed some things there. Because I remember when they first brought in the ability for interdictions to happen, it was literally, you set jumping, you get interdicted, you run away, you jump, you get interdicted, you run away, and it was like way over the top. Max Bow, how you doing? You could even play. I wish I could. Oh, well, to be fair, as it is right now, it's probably going to be more problematic than good. Don't get me wrong. What I have played with 4.0, when it's working, like I understand what's happening, which is why it doesn't bother me because I know it just needs more updates. Something to pay attention to here as well, actually, is this is the Maelstrom physical damage system in action. This isn't like some visual overlay. It's actual, the physicality of your weapons, that type of weapon, the velocity, the angle, impacting that material on that ship, creating that impact. And you see it, like they said as well that they had to restart this demo a couple of times before because the damage to the turret was too much and you'd blow up. So yeah, keep that in mind when you watch this. It is physical damage, the Maelstrom stuff. Ian, welcome. 07. But yeah, obviously you all do it your own way. If you are having the best of time in 4.0, keep playing, right? Keep doing it. Don't stop because someone else is stopping or someone else is annoyed. Your Star Citizen experience is your own. If you don't feel annoyed and, you know, someone else is like, oh my god, this is terrible, you don't have to adopt that opinion if you don't feel it. Yeah, I did, Robert, as well. I lost a lot of my sub-gear. When we got the preview build for the first time, I jumped in with my alt account, and the first thing I wanted to do was decorate my hangar with the limited amount of stuff that I have on that account, and then go out and find more and bring that back to appreciate. And I decorated everything. I put posters up. I bought a couch. I put that in there. The next day I came back, and there'd been, I think, a hotfix or a you know, an issue, and it had all gone, and I didn't have access to it. So because of that, there may be a wipe, but I'm really hoping there isn't. At this time, they don't plan on it. Apple pie. I do like apple pie. It's been stable since yesterday. I guess it's like anything. It depends on what you're doing, isn't it? You can't wait to walk around a full javelin and not the half javelin we have right now on tours. Yeah, when players start getting things like walking around like Apox Polaris, you're working on getting your Polaris set up so to do those asteroid bases, since those are working pretty. Okay, yeah, we'll do that one day, maybe next week. But yeah, walking around Apox Polaris, which is obviously one of the biggest ships we have, you know, militarized ships as well. It really goes to show how cool these big ships are. And when we have proper multi-crew and a lot of things to deal with and handle, doing that together, like on a Javelin, is going to be insane. On a Bengal carrier, for one. Now we know, you know, 1.0, we're going to be able to craft a base to then, or a space station or a base. I'm not sure what is necessary. Maybe a base will allow it, but what we know so far is a space station where you can craft a Bengal carrier. Originally, the idea was there would be one Bengal carrier maybe flying around that would be a point of contention where you can all fight over, and you have to, like, it wouldn't disappear from the server. And even these new ones might not, but yeah, the idea was you wouldn't be able to own them, whereas you can now, and I'm so happy about that. So, furniture in game. The shops, Tamni and Sons and Kelto, you can go there and they have a few options available. Some of it's Subflare that you can get, you know, if you are a subscriber, but from the shops you get certain ones that you can buy and then decorate and create a little seating area. I want to create like a little briefing area for when we have like org meets and people can sit at these seats. I can stand at the front and I can talk about what we're going to be doing. Buenthor, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What planets am I on currently? If it's Stanton, it's mostly Microtech, but in Pyro, mostly Bloom, but we are checking out Pyro 4, which does look really cool with red grass, grey rocks, really cool geometry, like geometric, or not geometric, just like geological, interesting landscapes. Well, not necessarily, Cybin. Exploits don't automatically mean there is going to be a wipe, because they can itemize who gets wiped, but they certainly lead to a greater possibility of a wipe. Not a guarantee, but a greater possibility. So hopefully they don't. They at this time, as of yesterday, they still don't intend to wipe, but we'll see. And we already know there's been a few exploits found. Any idea as to when would be a good time to jump back into StarCitizen? I would say wait until 4.0.1 gets pushed to the preview build. I'm assuming it will just become live at that point, rather than going to be 4.0.1 preview. I think that's their intention, but it might stay in preview. But yeah, that would be the best time. Yeah, as Apoc says, what we have now with 4.0 is an absolute solid foundation with server meshing and what they've managed to do there. We're still just dealing with issues and bugs with other systems. So the foundation itself is phenomenal. It allows for that expansion. It allows for more players. It allows for greater stability on the server and for the client FPS, whatever they've done there. But we're still dealing with bugs, issues with instancing, issues with the transit stuff. So that's the problems. It's not the actual foundation anymore. It's it's just the game, which that's good news, because the game can be not necessarily easily fixed, but far more easier than the foundation can. And some very cool invisible geometry on my Pyro 4. Yeah, that's true. Oh, God. PTSD, don't. Vilkrin, how you doing? Welcome. Wonder how the BMM will feel to walk. That, I mean, that's going to be its own experience, because rightfully so, they're not just putting anyone on it. They want it to be something truly special to represent the Banu, right? So it is going to be something amazing. I can't wait. Yeah, invisible geometry, not physical geometry. It's physical invisible geometry. Yeah, we may see the privateer Kraken before the BMM. I don't know, though. I think once they get the resources, they will get on with the BMM. But yeah, I wouldn't want to call it on either. Sometime in the 3-point series, someone gave me a bunch of credits to buy a ship. He had gotten those credits through an exploit, so my ship disappeared, but nothing else was affected. Yeah, as Vigorous has pointed out there, they're getting a bit more nuanced with their ability when it comes to wiping. Before, it was like everything gets wiped. Then we got long-term persistence, and it was only like ammunition, commodities, and things that would get wiped. Everything else would persist. Now they are able to do more targeted wipes, so if there is someone doing exploits, they can get wiped. And they can wipe the money that was earned or anything. Like, they're tracking that stuff. So, like I say, it's not a guarantee that we're going to get a wipe just because an exploit has been found or revealed or used. But at the same time, I think their priority is making sure that they can focus and track the current economy. Because there's a big change with the economy with 4.0. And that's why that warranted a wipe, so that they could see how we spend our money and how we earn it on all areas, on all aspects. So they wanted to wipe it so that they could get fresh data. Now, whether or not they can still gather that data with what's been going on with 4.0 and the issue of losing things and so forth, or whether they need to wipe to just sort of rectify that and keep it as clean as possible. I don't know. But at this time, they're saying no. So, obviously, that doesn't guarantee there won't be a wipe, but at this time, they're still not planning on it. Night Hollow, thank you for the follow. Hey. Beers and Paddy... No, Beers and... What am I on about? Ignore me. I was just excitable because we found a rhyme. 4.0 Live will be whenever they have ported all the missions to the new system, so 4.0.1 won't necessarily... No, true. It might even be 4.0.2 or 0.3 when it goes... When, 4.0 goes officially live. But I personally feel like 4.0.1 will be the live. But yeah, there's a lot to do yet. Relative to 3.18, the last time a real foundational change occurred, if I remember right, this was a much larger foundational change, and it went incredibly smooth. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the persistence stuff, so the database, that obviously, I don't know about like what's bigger or what's more important, or they're all equally important, but that caused a lot more problems than what 4.0 has. I think, I don't know what the percentage of players that weren't able to get in was, but it was far greater with 3.18 for a much longer duration of time than what 4.0 has produced. And there wasn't a holiday in between. So, yeah, it is definitely not as bad as 3.18, but of course, anytime any player individually cannot get in, it's a big problem. Yeah, well, they are. So have you managed to find one of those 9476145 patch shards? Because I mean, I haven't been looking, I haven't been playing, but there is a rollout, a hotfix rollout going out now. Well, over the I don't know how long it takes, because one of the downsides of having more stable servers is that these rollouts populate at a slower rate, because it used to be when a server or a shard or whatever would fall, it would then populate with the hotfix, which would happen quite often. So the hotfix would go out quite quick. It would sort of spread out pretty quick. Now that the servers are remaining up for a longer duration of time, they're not killing the servers to then get the hotfix up. They're allowing them to naturally die out, but that's taking a lot longer. So certain servers or certain shards will get it first. So yeah. But the current hotfix that has gone out is somewhere. Where is it? A hybrid fix to the repair and claim restoring custom loadouts. It's currently on some meshes, but rolling out slowly to hybrids as they get refreshed. And something that Deacon mentioned, I haven't looked into it myself, so I don't know exactly what all the ins and outs are of it, but the idea being is that if you go to, let's say you've taken a bit of damage and you go to repair your ship, or you've blown up completely and you reclaim your ship, you shouldn't be losing your unique components or your unique items that you've upgraded on your ship. They should remain. But if you lose a wing and a weapon is a part of that wing, then you will get the default back when you... Just that wing weapon, you'll get the default back. Eventually, like long term, their plan is to get a full insurance and warranty system going for items as well. So if you wanted to, you could always put a claim in and get it back if you've paid for it. But yeah, it shouldn't be like completely resetting everything. Erif, welcome. Persky, welcome. No, not yet, Persky. Hopefully tonight, mate. You've had no issues yet. Let me know how you get on the 94010. Yes, exactly. People who are intentionally and recurringly duping will be targets for wipes. And even further punishment to some degree. But, yeah, if you do it by accident or if you haven't done it, we should be fine. Damage, how you doing? Welcome. Piss Poor Pete, welcome. How you both doing today? Did you do a prediction video for 2025? No, I haven't yet. I have been putting one together. Did I actually write anything out for that one? I don't know if I have yet. No, I don't think I've put together a list of... I'm sure I've put it somewhere, but an idea of what I expect to come this year, or what I hoped, you know, like my what do you call it? Thoughts on it. I can't think of the term. Hirsch, welcome. In preview version, my account got wiped. Is that normal? What do you mean by wiped? And were you doing many exploits out of interest? Piranha, welcome. Like, honestly, is it possible to side upgrade the Intrepid to an Avenger Titan? If the Titan is more expensive than the... oh, no, if they're the same price, you can't. No, it has to be more than. DNO, good afternoon. How you doing? Welcome. Ethnification, Ralthan07, welcome. You've been able... There is a lot of bugs, but you've been able to test things in Stanton's side because the server will mostly stay up, and if they don't, they often recover. Yeah, that's true. The recovery is much better now. Yeah, just a mini server. Yeah, just hotfix. I mean, 4.0 now, the preview build, we're not going to see any big updates for that. They're all going to be hotfixes that we get. DNO, thank you so much for the subscription there. Beers and party, please. You know what to do. Thank you so much. Yeah, once 4.0 goes fully live, that's when Stanton Phase 2, or whatever the new phase is, that's when that'll kick in. You're on EU server that has been hotfixed, and you are on a shard 050. Okay, and that one's running all right for you, is it? Yeah, so the claim process, we spoke about this yesterday a bit, Carl, because... Not yesterday, sorry, Wednesday. The claim process, so ideally when it comes to being able to sell default components and actually getting a reasonable price for default components, there are many facets into that becoming available. And a lot of that stems from having a proper insurance issue, you know, and vehicle claim where it encourages players not to just reclaim their vehicles, but before they can increase the timers for insurance claims and the prices, there needs to be less issues with bugs that cause ships to blow up or need to be claimed. Or, you know, not even that, but you might just get killed or fall through a planet and then you need to reclaim your ship because it's not your fault that happened. So you don't want to be then faced with a huge fee and timer to get that. But that's partly what's needed to encourage people to repair their ships. Plus we need more proper repair systems going on. So there's a lot of things to come together. It's not as simple as let's just give us a proper warranty or insurance system or allow us to sell things at full price. There's so much to do. It's quite a complex system, right? So it needs to be done properly because any number can affect, like the butterfly effect almost. You go to prison for the third time. If you're stuck in prison, pair, I think we may have mentioned it before, but go to the Asia server. That should get you out of there. Oh yeah, Piran. If it's 60, if it's less than or the same or equal to, you can't upgrade, I'm afraid. Yes, hopefully. I mean, I'm assuming so. The mission refactor will get sorted, or any issues they've had since they brought that in for 4.0 will get sorted with 4.0.1 and get the missions working. From my understanding, a lot of what they're doing with 4.0.1 is getting the 4-point branch to where they wanted it to be for a live release by, you know, what they wanted to do for the end of the year, and they didn't have the time to do that. So there was a lot of systems and things that weren't finished. And that's what 4.0.1 is sort of targeting to do. But on top of that, it's all the other issues that have cropped up in the meantime. Yo, Chippy Matt, how you doing? Oh, 7. I mean, it depends on your intentions, Piranha. On paper, and I suppose in game, the Titan is a better ship than the Intrepid. Because as much as you've got the same SEU hold, you've got an area in the Titan where you can put actual 4 SEU boxes or bigger, because they have the sides rather than just a single, you know, side box cargo space. You've also got a better firepower. I think speed is negligible. It's about the same. Agility is probably the same. The only difference is the gold standard side of things, and whether you prefer the interior enough to stick with the Intrepid versus the Titan. And also, if you find components in the verse, you can upgrade them in the Titan, whereas you can in the Intrepid. If you find a better quantum drive, you can physically put it in. Whereas with the Titan, you have to do it via the manager, the VMA, and the hangars and freight elevators, which isn't a big deal, but it's still like less, a bit more of a workaround, a long-winded thing. Captain Carrot, how you doing? Just watched the video. If you shouldn't update 4.0 from fresh install, will it include everyone who hasn't previously looked? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think if you haven't installed 4.0 yet, then doing a fresh install, I don't know this, but should be fine, because I think what is probably going to cause a client crash is the fact that you have 2 4.0 builds simultaneously. They haven't specified, from what I understand, but technically if you're downloading 4.0.1 as a fresh install for the first time, I suppose that should work fine. But yeah, I don't know. You're having issues with being able to leave hangars after requesting granted leave. The overhead hangar doors open. Yeah, so that is the overlapping, Erif. That's the overlapping issue. And when they were aiming to put out the 4.0.1 patch last night, they wanted to do for the first hour a stress test at Area 18, where everybody goes to Area 18, and they try to check to see if this overlapping hangar bug is fixed. That was the specific test for that fix. So 4.0.1 sounds like it's bringing this fix to the whole overlapping, because what's happening is you're sort of twinned with another player hangar, which is why you can kill them when you can't even see them, or they can kill you. But when the hangar opens and you see another hangar door there, that's like a ghost hangar, and you're unable to get out of there. That's what that fix is coming. So yeah, fingers crossed that will fix that issue for good. Taco, how you doing? Engineering will be better on the... Yes. Well, actually, it really depends. When they bring engineering, I'm somewhat expecting, but doubtful, that every ship will be set up with physical components and the engineering terminal. There's a lot of ships without physical components, so I'm doubtful that they will have all the time to do that by the time engineering comes along, but I also think that that might be their intention, at which point the Titan will have its gold standard passed, which would then set that potentially above the Intrepid. But again, it's all varied on what you want to use it for. The interior of the Intrepid is much nicer than the Titan. I far greatly prefer the Intrepid interior and the way that it's set up and its layout and what it offers versus the Titan, which is going to have a bed, it'll have a locker, it'll have, you know, weapon lockers, it'll have physical components. But ultimately, the Titan is probably going to be a far better ship for combat, for example, and hauling even. Bad boy Johnny, how you doing? Yeezy, welcome. Well, for the hangar thing, is that Yeezy? Another mic, welcome. Yeah, copy your preview. If you already have 4.0 downloaded, do not do a fresh install for 4.0.1. Go to the files, copy the 4.0_preview file, paste that, and then rename that file. In the same section, paste it, and then rename it PTU, capital letters. And then when you go to do that before you even launch the launcher, once 4.0.1 goes to the PTU, and then launch the launcher, hit download, and it will install it into the PTU file. Because you'll get a client crash otherwise. Plus, you're having to download the full game, which could take hours for a lot of people. Is 6.5 inches by 5 a good size? What for? Urban. For a penis? Or are you talking feet? Because for a penis, feet is definitely 6.5 feet is not a good size. But 6.5 inches, I don't know, it might be alright. You'll have to ask the lady. Or the guy. Morning, Mike. 07. It's afternoon for me, mate. Kemi, you're working and lurking, are you? How is it going? Yes, it is Derham. Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. You might have to just turn the visuals off. Apologies, mate. What are my daily drivers, Killer? The Intrepid. It will be the... I have a Titan, and it used to be my daily driver until we started getting the gold standard ships. And now I stick to gold standards. My Cutter. Probably the Star Lancer if I need a bigger ship. Yo, Scatter, how you doing? You have a question. Can you buy an Atlas on Tressler? No, not on Tressler. Oh, I don't know. Where do you buy Atlases? Is it from... I think you might have to go down to Lawville and go to the... Is it New Deal? Can you buy them at New Deal on Tressler? Or do you have to... Sorry, at Hurston. I don't think you can buy them at Tressler. Or even Microtech, maybe. Does Microtech have a ship sale? It must do. I just can't picture it. Where do you buy ships in Microtech? So you can get it from Orison, can you, Dripping Hatter? So not at Microtech. So Port Tressler, no. Microtech, no. Area 18, Lawville, or Orison, apparently you can buy it from there as well. So you're literally at the worst place. Which is typical. Yeah, me too, Kemi. I'm ready for 4.0.1. I'm not so ready for 4.0 right now. But yeah, 4.0.1. I just can't wait until it gets pushed to live. If that's the live build. Because then it's just not plain sailing, but you know what I mean. Rag, how you doing? Any word on when 4.0 is out? So the PTU should be coming tonight. Whether that's, early morning my time, so Saturday morning at like midnight or whatever, or if it's earlier today. I'm expecting it a little earlier today because they've had a bit more time to work on it. They're not like crunching before, the more that they finish work. So I'm expecting from like 8 p.m. onwards through the night, if it comes. Hopefully it does. Oh, cargo decks have them. Do you know what? That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense because they are cargo orientated. So yeah, definitely check the cargo. Scatter, if you're at Microtech, Port Tressler, go to the cargo deck and just have a look. You could probably rent them from there if possible. They're not rentable, are they not? Okay. The Zeus Mark II is a great daily driver. It is a beautiful ship. Also, random question. Is it better for you if I watch this on Twitch? It's up to you, mate. Honestly. You do it. You watch where you want to watch. Don't worry about me, Thank you, though. Casual Time, how you doing? I wish I could share pictures here. You're in the cockpit of a 777F. I bet that looks complicated. I don't know if you can share pictures, as long as it's not a penis pic. Sanctrid, welcome. Last night I had the worst experience in 4.0 so far. Tons of desync issues with players seeing different things happening, like some seeing us in the hangar and others seeing us floating out in space. I'm ready for stability. Yeah, it's funny, but not like funny haha, how the 4.0 preview has gone from being like, oh my god, this is insanely good, to just going blop, 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 blop. It's still at times incredible, but there's more and more likelihood of things going wrong. So yeah, I am more than ready for 4.0.1. Yeah, is that Cornerstone pair? Is that who you're with, Carrot? Was it you, Captain Carrot, who's with Cornerstone? I think it was, wasn't it? Just performing transit checks as an aircraft mechanic as cargo aircraft comes through. Yeah, by all means, post. I assume you can post a link. I don't know if you can. But by all means, do so. Yeah, I saw a lot of the Cornerstone guys. Is it Quantum Kit? Quantum Kit's a member of the Cornerstone. Yeah, I met a few of the guys, including our regular Quantum. So I don't think we're going to see any flight changes with 4.0.1. I think they're saving those for later down the line once, 4.0 has gone live. I think it was Yogi that said he'd responded on Spectrum. Oh no, it was actually during the IAE, wasn't it, where they outlined a few big changes coming with the flight model and like master modes and things, and how. Oh no, it was Yogi on Spectrum who said that we're not going to see anything prior to CitizenCon and 4.0 going live. It'll be after. So I assume once they've got it live, then they will push that out there. Yeah, the degradation's hitting hard. It's as it is, isn't it? Yeah, are you a member of Cornerstone, Carrot? Or am I thinking of Quantum Kit? Yeah, it's a really good site, is Cornerstone. Cornerstone, Urkel. I mean, there's some other ones as well, but if you're looking for something specifically, check those websites out. When do we think we'll see the Iron Chad? Is it a this year ship? Was it in the list of ships coming this year? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, you are Cornerstone, aren't you, Quantum? By all means, drop a link to Cornerstone. Oh, thank you, Sandman, in YouTube. Drop it in Twitch, somebody as well, because it's a really, really useful website. The flight changes they mentioned for master modes changes, control surfaces, etc. are unlikely. Yeah, well, that's it. Control surfaces is a little different. I think it's more tuning of how master modes works, our abilities like being able to still fire our guns in nav mode and other things. But again, it's all still to be Kevsky as well. That's it. You were, weren't you, Kev? Yeah, there's it's an ongoing thing, is the flight model and master modes, and just dialing it in until it is what we need it to be. This, Zolox, is the prologue or the gameplay reveal of Squadron 42 from CitizenCon. Niblik, welcome. In your opinion, how long until dynamic meshing comes to the EPTU? So I assume by EPTU you mean Evocati, which EPTU is just another PTU. It's like, it just stands for experimental, not Evocati. But in regards to when do I think we will see that come along, I suspect towards the latter half of this year. It really depends on where they are with 4.0, stability, playability, and all that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm not expecting it to be a long, long way off, because a lot of what they brought in with 4.0 isn't just static, it's a combination of static and dynamic. But there is still more to do before it's dynamic, fully. So yeah, I'm not expecting it to be a long time, personally, but I don't know, of course. Ramoin 07. No, nobody knows, and until we get word from CIG as to what's left to be done. But from what I can see and hear, it's not super far away now. How many times the game crashed for you during the stream? None, because I'm not playing Flashlight. A game can't crash when I'm not playing it. That's my new approach. But yeah, it's when I was streaming on Wednesday, we had a few issues. The game didn't crash. We crashed into invisible geometry, and then I got stuck and died, or it got incapacitated when I stood up from a seat. So crashing-wise, not too bad. Although the previous stream, we crashed a couple of times, didn't we? We had that 60k issue. It did get soul crush, Ramoin, yeah. I suppose they will attempt again tonight, yeah. We literally just mentioned this. I don't know when, but I'm assuming it'll be from around like 8 p.m. onwards, my time in the UK. So in about 4.5 hours' time, anyway, into early morning my time. It really depends on just when they get to that. But it was expected at midnight last night. They told us at 12:30 that it wasn't happening. So I'm hoping it's going to be a little earlier today, but we'll see. Another thing I saw in game last night was a lot of people looking for crew for missions. This could be a sign of people looking or maybe trying it for multi-crew. Yeah, absolutely. And I have noticed becoming more common now. Like, obviously, not everybody wants to multi-crew, and that's fine. You don't have to. You can play the game how you want. But I am seeing a lot more people saying, you know, they've played it for a little bit solo. They hear that it's a good experience when when you're playing with friends. Can I join your org? Can I join you in game? And if you are someone who's very apprehensive of playing with other people, jump in when I'm streaming and you know we're having a group of people come in, because it's a good time to kind of get over that anxiety and that feeling of playing in a multi-crew environment or multiplayer environment when you've maybe not been used to it. You can iron out the do's and don'ts, like we've said about hot miking and having a push to talk. Like, I'm not gonna tell you off and boot you because you haven't figured out how to bind your microphone. I will help you do that, you know, or at least someone in my group will guide you through that. It's a great time to get used to it, because honestly, Star Citizen, when you're playing as a group or even like bumping into people and working together, is like nothing else. It's not a prerequisite to play Star Citizen to be in a group, but my God, it is like nothing else you've ever played. And it elevates the experience into something completely different. So I highly recommend playing as a group. You don't have to, but if you are nervous about it or anxious, like I used to be. I used to be a solo player through and through, and then it took me a while to get out of that feeling of anxiety and, oh my God, what if I do this? I remember playing armor in an armor squad for the first time, and I accidentally shot someone in the back while doing basic training. and then we got parachuted in, and they said, don't move your mouse. When you jump out, don't move your mouse and we'll all land in the same place. And I thought I'd held down the head move key, and it turns out I was doing this. And so I landed way out of the place of everyone else. And literally, there was 100 of us on there, or however many, maybe not 100, but they literally had to pause the operation, game master me by picking me up and putting me right next to my next in command to then get on with the game. And I was like, ooh, sorry. So yeah, don't fret, right? And if you are worried about, like, obviously joining a hardcore org, that's a bit concerning, because if you do something wrong, you're like, oh God. But we're not a hardcore org, and you can play it how you like. And it's a good time with my group to sort of test things, and we'll walk you through the basics. Trivia question, Scott. Go ahead. No, go for it, mate. Yeah, it's an amazing game solo, but as a group, it's like, obviously still not a game. I still remember having to save you and Coda being chased by an NPC ship while on the... Yeah. And, like, Coda blew up his dragonfly. He jumped on the back of my dragonfly. An NPC Gladius came in and just started attacking us. So we were flying away. Geoff came in and saved us. Talking of, like mistakes while gaming as a group. And this will happen. We were all in an Ursa. You know the story, Geoff. But we were all in the Ursa, driving to a underground bunker. Geoff was driving, and accidentally, with his bindings for push to talk, funnily enough, he was trying to do something, and accidentally, with the combination of bindings, Alt F4'd as the driver, so literally killed the game to desktop, which got everybody on board stuck inside the Ursa. There was like 5 of us inside the back, all gunned and ready to go, armed and ready to go. He Alt F4'd, and we had to wait for him to come back into game before we could even get out the vehicle. So it happens. And, you know, that's just how it goes. As much as when the game is live and everything is persistent and, you know, these mistakes can be a little costly, it is what it is. We hone our skills and we make our mistakes in a PTU so that it doesn't happen as much when we're live. Yeah, we're all pretty low-key. We're available. And so many people, including Deacon, APOC, everybody on my Discord is happy to help. You're not trying to be toxic or inflict any negative talks. I really think you have an opinion on it. What do you think? Is this game or the concept a cult, and is it going to be complete? I think, you know, we joke, like when someone joins Star Citizen for the first time and they come on and say, I've just joined and whatnot, we have a command, !cult, as a joke, because yes, we can seem quite cult-like. Because myself, I am 100% in Star Citizen and expect it to happen and get there, and it'll take time. There's ups and downs, like with anything, and I'm fine with that. So yes, it will get completed, as in like launched, and then they will continue to develop more and more of what Star Citizen will be. But while it's a work in progress, it can be frustrating, and that's not for everybody. I think Star Citizen, as much as it's not going to be a game that everyone will want to play because it is somewhat long-winded and you know, with all the physicalization of things, that is just something that I really like. I think there is something for everybody in Star Citizen, absolutely, but getting to that kind of gameplay might be frustrating for many while, you know, they don't want to do all this physical loading and stuff. But that's why it works well as a multiplayer game, because you can have other people doing things for you. But obviously we're not a cult in the sense of it actually being a cult. We are just passionate about this project because many of us have been here since the day one almost, and we want to see it finished because what they're doing has not been done before, and because what they're doing has not been done before, it takes a lot longer and it takes a lot of working out, and there are ups and downs. I think what's important as any backer, if you are playing the work in progress, playing the alpha, if it's getting frustrating, stop and do something else, and then come back when it's at a point, like test the next patch and see if that's at a point where you can play it. And everybody is different, right? No one can say you should play it now, you shouldn't. It's what do you need in this project to play it consistently? Is that a 1.0 finished viable product that's been released, or is it either catty, a PTU, you know, a 2-point patch, a 4-point patch? It's different for everyone, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to play now and just following development, just hanging out on streams like this and just chatting together. What I don't condone is when something happens and they go and they get very personal, very toxic about talking about it. There's providing feedback and criticism, which is important, but then there is just getting nasty and toxic because you're annoyed. And that is toddler behavior, and I don't condone that, and we don't have that here. If anyone even starts with it, we just kick you. So it's about managing yourself as a human being, as a gamer, what you're wanting, and just trying that from time to time, you know? Interitus, how you doing? Welcome. Speaking of practice, we surely will need an arena commander to be... Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be very helpful. Absolutely helpful is AC. And we will use that a lot more as well. Citizen Thorn, all hail Lamp. Absolutely. Yeah, we do have a really good community here. Not to say that, you know, if you get annoyed or upset by something... Like, I rant at times when things happen, but I'm personally choosing to play the alpha because I enjoy it and because it helps bring data to CIG and it helps find bugs. But it's still my choice, just as it's my choice not to play, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, and it's not a game as such now. It's still a work in progress. It still needs a lot of work before it is classed as a game, but because I've had the best gaming experience of my life in this unfinished work in progress, that to me is enough for me to stick to it and wait for it to be finished. You believe in Star Citizen, even though it feels rough sometimes. We all remember Space Engineers. I actually don't remember if it was bad. They took a load too hard to take, but they managed to deliver a completed project. I mean, that's the thing. It'll get there, but it's also important to understand where we are, what's happening, and what's going on. And I think most of the criticism comes from areas, not like game like bugs and things, but from a misunderstanding of what's happening. So the trivia question: Engine tuning kit was given to backers. Given that now we have the tiers of gear due to material upgrades, how do you think they will integrate into performance? So an engine tuning kit, all I can think is it might come from either a manual for when it comes to engineering, so how to figure out what might be wrong with this particular cooler, or this item, or coolers in general, or power plants, or it could come in when it comes to overclocking and being able to get more out of it. It could come into the crafting side of things. I think what they'll do is they'll likely take this engine tuning kit gift thing, like subscriber reward, and just tune it to the engineering side of things based on what that means. And, you know, when we get engineering for the first time, there will be a limited amount of malfunctions that require certain ways of fixing, but end goal, there will be probably a lot more malfunction options with hopefully some more physicalized, hands-on ways of interacting and fixing things. So we probably won't see that until they've got to the point where they know what will make sense. Lance, how you doing? PC Master Race. Yeah, there's a cult right there. To play or not to play? That is the question when it comes to Star Citizen. Absolutely. Yeah. It's better to laugh than kick the hell out of your teddies. Or your stuffies, as they call them now. Shy Infinite, how you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome. It could be a blueprint. It certainly could be. Yeah, they've got a lot of options for where they could take it. But until they know exactly how certain things are going to work, they probably won't bother developing it because it would just need to be redone again. You would say everything starting with Star, space has a rough path and really hard goal to achieve and a lot of criticism, but then they actually do stuff. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, as much as, you know, year in, year out, they're like, oh, we're going to do this, hopefully this year. We're going to try and do this year. And then, like, you know, server meshing, nope, for the last, what, 4 or 5 years? They do eventually get there. They do eventually bring what they've spoken about. And that's, you know, enough time and resources, things get done. But whether or not each individual backer can sit through and wait for it is an individual choice. I can. I've got no problem with it. As much as I want it all now. It's just the way it's been since it begun, really. Ruffy, how you doing? I haven't actually played today. I don't think they're down, though. Servers should still be up. Is anyone else finding servers down? It might just be the one that you're trying to join, or that you were on. Should be fine, though. So, Wilkes and Federman Max Tune Kit has become one of the bestseller starter kits for the discerning home enthusiast, featured in Whiteley's latest Steel of the Year issue. I love these old little throwbacks, Scott. Really interesting. Gabriel, thank you so much for watching. It is going good, thank you. We're just hanging out, chatting all about Star Citizen and whatnot. If you've got any questions, by all means, ask away. So, they're not really using Crytek Engine anymore. They're using Amazon, like a heavily modified version of Amazon Lumberyard. But it's way beyond recognizable, really, as a Lumberyard engine. It's I suppose it's maybe the architecture of Lumberyard, but with their own bolt-ons heavily. I don't even know if it is even recognizable as an Amazon engine. It's the Star engine now. It's their own bespoke engine for what they need, but I suppose it might be foundationally from Lumberyard, but I don't know myself. But it's definitely nothing to do with Crytek anymore. That was just their early, I suppose, Kickstarter-y stuff. You believe in the potential of Star Citizen, and I believe there are things within the game they could finish that would be the same whatever else happens as they develop. Yeah, and you know, like we know, 1.0 is not Star Citizen done. It's Star Citizen with more to come. The main, you know, like what they outlined at CitizenCon, I can't remember it all right now. But you know, when it does go to 1.0, there is still a lot more content to come afterwards. I don't know if Lumberyard's based on Crytek. I don't know enough. Is it? It is. Right. I also realise and accept that there are other things that will always require attention, and this will never be complete and finished, as they will be iterated upon. Yeah, and also they will continue to develop their engine, and this is why it's like it's never going to be outdated, because they will continue to update the engine and improve the graphics and improve the tech and the physics and so forth. Like, they're future-proofing everything, and that's one of the reasons it's taking so long, is because they can't just build something and then be like, here it is. They need to make sure that it is enough to keep going forwards. Yes, it was Wonko. How you doing, my friend? Hopefully we'll see that come tonight. So servers are up and running decently. Yeah, it might just be the one that you're getting on, Ruff. Oh, you haven't played? I was just curious because... Oh, no, I just don't want to burn out on the preview build. For the last, 3 sessions, it's been a bit rough. So I would rather just... I'll probably jump in on the preview build again at some point, most likely next week. Just taking a bit of a break, that's all. It's, I know when things get rough for me, and I just take a step back. It doesn't make a difference of how I feel about Star Citizen. It's just how I feel about playing the alpha right now. And it's just, I've had too many issues to want to jump in today. That's all. Oh, so Lumberyard is an open-sourced version of the Crytek engine. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, I guess it's so heavily configured and changed now that they are officially able to call it the Star Engine. Yes, that's true. So servers even now will probably still be receiving this hotfix as, the server dies and a new one comes in. It's probably just a continuous thing right now. I don't know at what point it'll be. The hotfix is out to everywhere. The Star Jurassic Park. I saw a video, Jurassic Park ruined by AI, which I was bored, and I had nothing else better to do, and I saw that, and I was like, halfway through, I was like, why am I watching this? It's funny, but it's so irrelevant. Steve One, how you doing? Been good so far today. Busy mining and hauling. Excellent. Happy to hear it. Fendi, welcome. You are a new player. Good beginner ship for PvP, PvE. I would say check out the Avenger Titan. Pretty decent ship for both PvE combats styles. A bit of an outdated ship. It's not a gold standard ship, so it's not had all the latest tech like some of the more modern ships, but in terms of combat capabilities, weaponry, maneuverability, agility, being able to log out in a bed, having cargo space, it's, you've got a lot of options there. But if it is dedicated combat you want without anything else, so no bed, no hauling capabilities, then yeah, a dedicated fighter like a Hornet would be a good option, or a Gladius if you want a cheaper version, or an Arrow. You would personally like to see ships reach their full functionality, careers have their full game loops, reputation and skill where skill is a thing, sorted and settled. And yeah, I mean, that's all 1.0, right? That's 1.0 is effectively everything that they would want for the game, barring maybe certain professions, a lot of systems like star systems, and obviously not every single ship we will ever see. There's a lot more to come. But essentially, as a game, it'll be a game. It'll have proper persistence. It'll continue on. It won't get wiped, and so on. Yeah, I think, as Robert K says, welcome, mate. A lot of the frustration, which is another reason why I get frustrated with the game, or with the alpha or whatever, is because we have moments where it plays so good that you can thoroughly enjoy the experience. And then when a bug happens, it's it feels even worse because it just completely rips you out of that experience. And you're like, oh, of course. But obviously it doesn't help. It's still frustrating when you're having a great time. You've found a load of cool stuff. You've loaded it up. You've managed to get away from an attack or whatever. And then you get back to your hangar in it and it crashes and blows up and whatever. So a lot of it is because we are experiencing something, in my opinion, pretty groundbreaking. When it does break or when something goes wrong, it feels even more frustrating than if it was just, an absolute just tech demo. True migration once we see Nyx, Castra, and Terra. Yeah. What's everybody's intention? Let's say, for example, we had 1.0 releasing. Where would you go? I realize this isn't a fair test because before we get to 1.0, we will have Nyx at some point. We will then have Castra and Terra, and we will be able to just check them out and make a decision later on based on what we've actually experienced in those locations. But I don't think I'm going to be staying in Stanton. I know I won't be staying in Stanton. I won't be living in Pyro because of the dangers. I will probably be living myself in Terra. Depends on what Castra has to offer. Not necessarily Nyx, but I will certainly be going through and helping on the Vanduul front in Nyx as an org and whatnot. Yeah, thank you, Wonko. We have been talking about the whole installation and what's the right option and so on. It is definitely an important thing to keep hearing. We're just watching all these random bits from CitizenCon, funnily enough. The average is 300 people in Stanton, is it? And then what, 300 in Pyro, but more people favouring Stanton. Yo, Drake, you've been ripped out. Are you unable to get in still? This 4.0.1 should rectify that because of the amount of blockers and so forth that fixes that they're rolling out. I hope whatever it is that's causing you from not getting in is going to be fixed. Terra or Castra, you can't decide. Yeah, I'm kind of like that in Terratus. You're going to explore Vigorous. Yeah. Check out everywhere. Let's go from here. But welcome, Fendi. Welcome to the verse, my friend. As I say, if you've got any questions, ask away. We are here to help. You work the late shift. When you get home at night, just before midnight, the servers are absolutely smooth. I can get out and salvage or whatever, nearly no issues. That's the way to do it. Sometimes when I jump on in the morning, like start work and I jump in, it's really smooth. So if I'm doing like an off-grid series or gameplay, it's a great time, 9 o'clock, get my coffee, sit down, get recording. It's usually really smooth. And then as the day goes on, it gets worse. CEO, Wartime CEO, how you doing? Castra, is that what you're interested in? Terra for you, Sanctred. Are you taking new org members? Yes. No, we're not full. By all means, apply, Robert. I'll accept you. Wasn't Nyx not the system that only has destroyed planets? I don't know, but I wouldn't look at the star map anymore and determine if that's how you've done it. I don't know if they've mentioned something prior, but yeah, Nyx might be somewhat I can't remember now. But the star map, I think a lot of the planets going forwards in the systems are going to get retconned. I know a lot of people would be like, well, it seems a bit unrealistic that suddenly we find multiple Earth-like celestial bodies when originally it was supposed to be one or two, obviously we know in real life an actual celestial body in the universe being habitable is we only know of Earth. So, understandably, it can be a bit immersion breaking when they start having more planets that are habitable. But at the same time, I think it's cool because it's a game. We want places to visit. We don't want to have to be thinking about environments all the time. But flip side, it is still cool to have environments that are absolutely hostile and cannot be lived in or they can, but underground or with extreme environmental protection. And there will be a mixture of all of it. We're not just going to see every single planet now habitable. There will still be a lot that are extremely dangerous in terms of environments and need to be... did he just shoot his own ship there? So, yeah, we'll see. But I wouldn't worry about either side of it. There will be enough. Did he shoot his own Valkyrie there? I think he did. That's a Mac kind of shot, that is. You'll be steering clear of Pyro unless I start playing more regularly with others. Yeah, like for me, what I was hoping to do today, but I just wanted to take a bit of a break from playing, is with the Org, jumping through to Pyro with my Reclaimer and a crew, maybe some others coming through and having security and protecting each other and, then coming back again. Delamar in Nyx Major, is that where you're going to be living? You're going to be one of those People's Republic. Is it People's Alliance? You have been locked out, but the character reset fixed you, did it, Academy? It's worth trying, but I feel like you've probably tried that, have you, Drake? It was an easy anti-cheat authentication bug and will not be fixed until they deploy a new launcher. Oh, man. Hopefully they've got one on the way. Thank you, DNO. I will accept you, my friend. Red Barchetta 07, how you doing today? Yeah, there's plenty of places that will be inhospitable. It doesn't even have to be a full planet that is, as you're saying there, it's certain biomes will be inhospitable on a planet. Like, going to the poles. They're not the sort of place you want to build a base and be living out in. So there will be not just full planets that are to be avoided or uninhabitable and require specialized equipment, specialized buildings, maybe underground. There is definitely areas or planets in lore that have underground tunnels and people live there. So, it could just be a single biome or a multiple biomes in various areas of a planet. Yo, Hobo, how you doing? A planet cannot orbit another planet, but two planet-like bodies can share an orbit around a star. So Pyro is fake. You have a Karak and you will travel. Star Citizen going to Arrakis. They definitely they've said so themselves, they take inspiration from all sorts of things, and especially with Dune now being really prominent, with its films and series, there'll be a lot of inspiration from that, guaranteed. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, come on. Gamescom 2016 demo, what's this? I can't remember. Oh, there's some really old footage. Let's just go with this one. This is a good one. From one sandworm to the next. Yeah, I'm not like you, Solomon. I'm not opposed to going to Pyro. I will go through. I will check places out, but I won't be living there full time. Fox Creative, how you doing? Welcome. I don't think that's correct, since the UEE has terraforming tech. They did not come across habitable planets. Well, in certain circumstances they did, yeah, but I suppose the problem is that's based on the old law, so there's no reason why they can't use that as a part of, retconning the law, and we managed to terraform certain other planets, whereas before they couldn't. And so, yeah, that could certainly be another reasoning behind why there are more planets. Like they could just literally say their terraforming tech is a lot better, and they're able to terraform these planets more. Acid rain, yeah. Inhospitable, like North Pole or France. I'm not biting. Malfarious, welcome, by the way. I didn't realise that was you. How you doing? Is Valicor here? Where's Valicor? I don't see you. I missed you. Did I miss you? I haven't seen Valicor. Are you making that up, Coffee? Yeah, definitely a lot of Star Wars inspiration. 100%. And yeah, so much sci-fi out there. They will certainly use that for their own inspiration. Truth be told, I want a second system with laws. Like I wrote before, I have not been to Pyro yet. I just hate the idea of open PvP. Yeah, no, fair enough. Thing is, we want it all, right? And I suppose the benefit of Pyro is it's that stark contrast. That's why they wanted Pyro, I suppose, is to provide that absolute contrast between a governed system and a hostile system in terms of like gangs and criminals. So it allows them to really see the differences. But yeah, places like Nyx, Castra, places, I don't know if Castra, but places that are not governed by the UEE, but are not as dangerous as somewhere like, you know, they're not held by gangs, will be a real nice option because it gives a lot more travel options without the constant fear or danger. But at the same time, it offers a lot of gameplay at a different level for various tests and ways of managing rewards and payouts and gameplay as a whole. So it's nice to have a good range. Persky, thank you so much for the channel membership, my friend. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much. I need to go and get a beer, actually. Or maybe another coffee. What are we on? 4 o'clock. It's not alcoholic, so it doesn't really matter, but still, the thought's there. Yeah, I want Pyro to have the flares as well. That would be so cool. The asteroid belt is back. That's still in there. Got any wish list on all the old features they have talked about in a while for 1.0? Mostly, base building, Maelstrom is one. Getting the flight model properly nailed down and finished. Like a lot of what I look forward to doing is actually honing my skills in various areas, but I'm always apprehensive to do so while it's still heavily in flux, because I don't want to spend too much time doing something and then having to relearn it. I would rather wait until it's at a point where the changes are minimal, and then I can truly practice on a regular basis with the org as a solo as well. So getting things dialed in where they're somewhat final, which is 1.0. More than anything, there's still likely going to be a little bit of balance post 1.0, just because there may be. But Maelstrom, base building, exploration, scanning, that sort of stuff, bounty hunting, the proper bounty hunting mechanic will be nice. What else have we got? Crafting. I'm not too bothered about crafting, but I can see it being a huge aspect for a lot of people. Yeah, that's all I can think of offhand. Farming. I'm really excited for farming. What about you, Rag? You're looking forward to playing alongside my son, who I bought an account for. He wants to go monster hunting. That's as much as I don't like the overall scripted side of things, but they have said it's not necessarily going to be scripted. It'll be a dynamic event, but you could still go out off your own back and find these things and entice them out. I am excited to see that come along. We don't have any bears here, no, unfortunately not. You're all for piracy, and a part of me hopes for some roleplay servers where pirates are not toxic 13. Yeah, exactly. It just needs, I think, we need reason behind a lot of things, and that's when most of the toxicity and the just murder hobo behavior will dial down, is when there's actually reason and purpose behind stuff. But there's, again, a bit like the whole insurance thing, there's so many facets needed to make that plausible, which hopefully this year we'll see come along a lot. Diz Troy, how you doing? Welcome. Once bounty hunting comes in and we can detail players, I assume we will be able to roleplay better. Yeah, absolutely. You really want that EVA movement, and above all else, better and persistent ship markers. You want the EVA movements in already. We have that in. But yeah, a map marker is one of those, in my eyes, simple, but obviously not simple, thing that will massively impact the game as a whole because we will be able to then share data and sell data, not necessarily via in-game systems, but I have just found this really cool location with a lot of minerals. Does anybody want to buy it from me? They send you the UEC, and then you send them the coordinates, and they can go and do them. Also, just as a place of establishing a location that you can call home and keep going back to would be so nice. Do you reckon they're coming in 4.0.1? I don't think so. I don't think we're getting sun flares for 4.0.1. I think they're focusing more on just getting the game working. Because 4.0 was... The sun flares wasn't even a feature for the initial 4.0 release, like engineering was. So I think they're more focused on getting 4.0.1 as a playable 4.0 build, and then 4.0.2 or 3 as, you know, engineering and all that stuff. And then they'll look into doing other things. Whether or not that includes solar flares, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not expecting them anytime soon. Message of the day for Friday. Thank you, Wonko. We are currently putting together a new 4.0.1 build and targeting a PTU release to all backers later today. So same as what we heard yesterday. Fingers crossed this time around they can get it out. But that's as it is now. We'll see how it goes. Which part of why they have added that PvP endgame to unlawful systems to give purpose and constant gameplay to engage? Yeah, and it's also just to give criminals something to get on with, like a place to live, which, in a way, alleviates the issue in Stanton, which people were very much complaining about. So it's as much as it's not finished, it's still a win if you're a Stanton-based player. Ruffy, thank you so much for the channel membership, my friend. Much appreciated. Beers and party, please. In fact, I haven't dropped any for Pear. I haven't dropped any for you yet. Let's just get these out there. There we go. I can do quite a decent dripping tap sound. Hang on. That was a good one. It's not bad, is that? That's one of those skills you learn when you're bored. What else have we got? Am I more of an industrial player? Oh, I am more of an industrial player. Looking at that, I'm stuck in prison, and you are probably not. Is hand mining working? I don't know. And hand mining working might not automatically mean hand mining working in prison, because if the kiosks aren't working where you deposit the ores, then you've got another problem altogether. I don't know. Try it, but I would say, if it's still available, take a look for the mission that has you repairing the O2 scrubbers or whatever it is. It's a bit of a long-winded trek down to the depths, but do that, and then that will reduce your sentence massively, and it usually works. Do I think we will see the missing repair missions? Yes, I believe 4.0.1 is supposed to bring that. Where have I read that? Or where have I heard that? I think that's the idea, is that that's going to fix, you know, some of the fixes coming with 4.0.1 is getting those maintenance missions working. Why do I feel like I've read that somewhere? Oh, thank you, Ruffy. I appreciate that, mate. Let me tell you a story about my late dog. Oh, I assume he's dead now. I don't know. Anyway, Mother Fig, thank you so much for joining us. How are you today, sir? Hand mining does work. Some rocks are glitched, though. Right. Is that like specific minerals or just some rock things themselves? Tom Beckhauser, how you doing? Nice to see you, my friend. Can we get a link out for Tom? How are you today? How's that Banu merchantman that you brought to CitizenCon holding up? In one piece, I hope. This is, let me link it to you. It's from 2016. And it was when they not first, but got a working tech demo for procedural planets. And they showed it off in kind of a demonstration of how they want the game to go when we have weather and creatures and things like that. It's in one piece. That's good to know. Das, how you doing? What are the handyman missions? They are going around, you know, the fuses, the relay nodes. I think it's going to locations like you know, the various outposts and finding missing ones of those, putting them in, and then turning that power back on, or that supply back on, so that it actually fixes whatever the issue is. But the handyman missions, that's just one example of a handyman mission. The handyman missions is kind of like an umbrella term. Oh, Robert, thank you so much, my friend. They're an umbrella term for various non-combat, localized engineering style missions where you're replacing components or using this charge and drain tech, transferring energy to a device that's ran out of energy and getting it working again. There will be a lot more coming as well. Robert, thank you so much for the, what is it, a super chat? This is your 10th super on a live stream. Mate, that is phenomenal. Thank you so much. Let's get some bills and patty out there, please. Thank you, Robert. I ain't accepted you yet. You don't have to pay to join the org. I don't know if you're just letting you know. Squadron leader, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How do I take a screenshot? I have some damage on my... print screen. Press print screen. And then you go into your Star Citizen folder. You go to whatever version that you are on now. So I'm assuming 4.0 preview. And then you go down to screenshots. And then you have all of them there. I think I need a beer. Easy peasy with the vulture then. Make a ton of fuses. Oh yeah, you can make them, can't you? Yeah, so from what I understand, fuses are supposed to be somewhat scarce in Pyro. Even though you can technically go to any of those locations, take out a ton of fuses, and then go and fix the mission. Like... I eventually that would probably spawn a new mission, or you won't be able to do that because you're stealing one fuse to fix another one, which doesn't make sense, of course. But I think in terms of like game logic, it's allowed right now. But yeah, we'll see if that actually happens going forwards. Fun fact: you can lift the ROC with a big tractor tool. You can lift the ROC with a multi-tool, or am I? I know you can lift the mule with a multi-tool. I think you can lift the ROC with a multi-tool tractor beam as well. I don't think you need a big one. I might be wrong. I know you can move the mule with it, so I'll stick with that. Galanthius, how you doing? Oh, 7, sir. Yeah, Fury, how you doing? Yeah, so they've added that to the crafting list, haven't they, as fuses? But I wouldn't really recommend going through the Pyro in a vulture. It's a bit of a sitting duck ship where you won't have a lot of speed or firepower to escape a murder hobo, so be careful. Yeah, I thought so, Hawk. You can lift the ROC with a multi-tool, so you don't need to have a dedicated tractor beam. A multi-tool is strong enough at this time to do that. How can I aim with hand mining tools since they added gathering mode to the right click? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you can. I think you might just have to... Oh, yeah, hang on. I haven't done it since that was changed. Does anybody have any advice for Pear there? You upgraded to 64 gigs of RAM, and I think it really helped. I did the same thing. Only just recently, I went from 32 to 64, and yeah, it's hard to say because there are so many issues, but with streaming and so forth, it certainly seems to have helped. So you don't need to aim down sights to multi-tool mine, left button to mine, right? But does the UI show all right? Because it used to be important to have that UI on screen. I take it you can still see the UI from the multi-tool, can you? Yeah, so, funnily enough, Ramoyne, that's the armor you're wanting, isn't it? The Sand Nomads. Hopefully we'll see them in other areas, not just Lair. In fact, I think they're supposed to be on Daymar, aren't they? Oh no, they're the Dusters, which seem to have adopted the whole same outfit. Oh, so there's no UI. Interesting. Good afternoon, Skipper. How you doing? So cool to see it using so much RAM. I'd buy 128 if it needed it. Well, hopefully they'll get a handle on these memory issues. Because ideally, it won't be, you know, the game shouldn't be drawing that much RAM. The more you have, the more it uses. It's just, you know, it always uses, I suppose, like a certain percentage of whatever RAM you have. But giving it more will give you a higher cap. But yeah, eventually they'll sort that out and it won't be a problem anymore because it's more of a temporary problem. But by that time, 64 might be the new norm. Who knows? Yeah, you have 128 this... Like, the more you have, the more it takes. Wackish, how you doing? Yeah, it's coming today, mate. It was Soul Crush last night. It should be coming today. So it's part of the HUD. Right, the gem type power meter. The pop-up mining multi-tool does not pop up. They changed it to be... Oh, so it's all on the LED screen. That's right, that's right. So you don't need the UI to pop up anymore. It's all on the LED screen. You'll see it on the screen itself. Old Canadian gamer. 07, my friend. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Glad to be here. Keep up the awesome content. You are more than welcome, mate. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you doing well? And Zone Dad 07, Ugly, welcome. Yeah, as you say, there's a tiny UI on screen on the multi-tool, but if the tool is not scanning the rock, you won't get the UI and have to mine by sight and sound. Oh, hardcore hand mining. Thank you, Ugly. Yeah, it might just be that there's an issue with the rock that you're trying to mine and it not properly detecting it. Funnily enough, yes, I am going to upgrade my GPU. I'm actually planning to do a proper new build this year because my build is now about 4 years old and I want to take my content to 4K, 60 plus frames and whatnot. A friend of the channel, Tengu, is donating me his 4090, but I don't think it's worth at this point putting it in this build and actually using that for the new build when that comes along because I would have to change out the whole power supply for this one. Now we know what's going on with the GPUs for the 50 series. Now we'll soon know, what is it, the 25th? We'll hear about AMD's new CPUs. I will do a bit of research, figure out what I'm going to get, and then we'll do a crowdfunded thing, if that's all right with you guys. Obviously, it's not necessary. You don't have to give any. That's perfectly okay. But we'll try and put it together, and then hopefully that should allow me to then film, record at a much higher resolution, and also stream at 2K, because AV1 should allow that, shouldn't it? Peter, this is just a demo, my friend. This isn't me playing. The mission is to go and research or search for a downed or a black box from a javelin. But yeah, this is just more of a demo than anything. Right now, Captain Carrot, I'm using a 3080, and I'm going to turn this old PC into my stream machine, which it's probably a little overkill right now with a 10900 and a 3080 and 64 gig to be a stream machine, but it should give me the best of the best for just streaming and handling that, so I shouldn't need to worry about that at all. You got a set of Kovalex version armor arms, and I got a Kovalex version helmet. Also found a Crusader version Morozov helmet. All these tell me there must be... Yeah, so are you looking for those, Ramoin? I'll keep an eye out for those as well. A bit like that Securasun helmet that we got. There's obviously a full set of armor there. So I'll if I gather any of that, we can do a trade. But it might be worth waiting to see if there is going to be a wipe. Because by the time we do all that, if they do bring one, which at this time they're not planning on it, it would all be wasted. Taron, happy Friday, mate. Welcome. Just QAing, so much fun. Wish I was QAing Star Citizen. Maybe it would be working properly. Yeah. Transfer yourself from whatever you're QAing, Canadian gamer. Get on Star Citizen's QA team. Goth, welcome. You're on the eternal loading screen. Is there a problem with the game? No, there's a lot of problems at the moment with Star Citizen, but it might be. How long have you been waiting? It might be that you're going to get in eventually, but it just requires a long wait time, or it could be that there's a problem and you will need to back out of it. And was there a workaround for the long loading times, or is it just come out and try again? A Dark Power Pro 13, 1300 watt PSIe 5 native connector for the. Thank you, Graphite. Welcome, by the way. I haven't quite decided on what power supply yet, but with Tengo gifting this 4090, my plan is to either, and most likely, stick with the 4090 for now, because the differences between the 4090 and the 50 series cards are probably not worth upgrading or, you know, selling the 4090 and getting a 50 series. Because I certainly wouldn't go to the 5090. It would be a 5080 or maybe a 5080 Ti or Super whenever they come along. But I think for now, see what it is, see how it goes, see what options there are, but absolutely get a decent power supply to handle it all. But I'll keep an eye out for that one. Dark Power. I have heard of those. So VR itself is not yet natively enabled for Star Citizen, so I don't VR, but I do use a HOSAS and TOBII. Check out TOBII eye tracker. That's that allows you to, you know, move your head without having to hold the key down and do it. But I use the Gunfighters from VKB with Cosmosema sticks and the Omni throttle on the left. Highly, highly recommend VKB. And if you don't want to spend stupid amounts, check out the NXT range. If you don't want to spend that much, there's a bit of a missing market there, isn't there? The Thrustmaster, is it? The T16000s are okay, but I've had problems with them. So I don't really know what to recommend entry-wise outside of the Logitech Extreme 3D Pro, which is entry, and it's only, you know, right stick. So infinite loading screen, wait 10 minutes. If nothing happens there, Alt F4 and try again. It usually works. Yeah, I think it's just a case of keep trying, but it's that balance of how long am I going to sit here waiting before I just stop and try again. So they already stated last year they won't compete on the high end this generation. What, AMD? As in, what, the 9950X3D? I mean, I'll still wait and see what it does and what it can bring, but from what I gather, if you want pure gaming capability in terms of AMD only, you've got the 9800X3D. But in terms of multitasking, the 9950 should be somewhat under the 9800 in terms of gaming, but multitasking better, which for me it's about seeing what I need, you know. Go Gaming, how you doing? Bait exploits, mate. What do you mean? Zed, welcome. $20 used Cytex on eBay have worked fine for me for years. There you go. Second hand is definitely a good option. And check if you have FPS or server FPS. Yeah, I mean, that'll tell you if you're sort of, but at any moment it can sort of click you in, can't it? Which you might not get until the very moment you're about to go in. So it's still worth waiting and sitting and yeah, watching that display info. For the thing I tried, but they seem to want content creators and streamers to do the Q. Ooh, that was a bit of a burn. No, it's at the end of the day, we are all QA testers, let's be honest. And I'm all right with that. What's happening, Taron, with your PC, mate? You're on the fence about the 5090 once CIG optimized. Well, to be fair, since 4.0 hit the preview, in terms of actual performance, what I'm running is absolutely fine. But I do want to push it to full 4K and get at least 60. But you know, there's more they need to do as well, isn't there? That it isn't just on your hardware. It doesn't matter what you have. There are still places that are less optimized than others. Mini V, how you doing? Right now, I am just chilling and chatting, talking about Star Citizen. We're not playing today. It's I'm having a little bit of a break while we wait for 4.0.1 to sort of do the rounds. I will definitely download it as a separate build and maybe play that, but I'm still more inclined to play the 4.0 preview than the 4.0.1. But it depends on just how the preview's playing. Kinian, welcome. Has anyone found a fix for the no contracts after prison bug? I went broke trying to see one fix. I don't know, because I think the missions are a bit balked at the moment. Some of them work all right, some of them are just non-existent, so I don't know myself. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're talking GPUs. Oh, I wasn't bothered about AMD GPUs. Yeah, I'm not. For me, it's pretty much NVIDIA as it stands right now, or NVIDIA. But with Microsoft bringing out Intel bringing out their own and whatnot, and AMD obviously doing theirs still, it should give a bit more competition, which is probably why the prices of NVIDIA's cards have come down slightly. But yeah, I'm not bothered about AMD GPUs at this time. No, I know, Canadian game. I'm joking, mate. But no, you're right. Moose Run, how you doing? Trouble Magnet, welcome. Yeah, the X3D stuff. I'm excited to see what the 9950 can do in comparison to the 9800, but for me, it's like, if it's a slightly lesser gaming prowess with the 9950, but much better multitasking for, my content creation, then absolutely. Oh, are they Trouble? Interesting. Your video card has stopped talking to your motherboard. Actually checked to see if it is loose. Now I have to figure out if it's the video card or the motherboard that's gone bad. Oh, mate. That's fun troubleshooting, I bet. So the RX 9070 XT is set to rival the 4080 Ti Super. Interesting. Have someone invited you into a rookie... Oh, so in order to fix the contract, have someone invite you into a rookie contract. It pulls them back. I see. Okay, that's one way you could do it. Verpine, how you doing? Welcome. You got it fixed by going to prison again. Some say going to Pyro and back can fix it. And I heard visiting certain stations in Stanton can fix, which can recall now can fix. It's so complicated. This is why, I just tend to wait until there's an official fix in. If the workaround is simple and quick, talking a quick draw. Thank you so much for the follow 3 minutes ago. I missed that. Apologies. Yeah, if the workaround is somewhat quick and simple, I'll do it. If it's a real long-winded thing, I'll just wait until they fix it themselves. But again, that depends on the issue, I suppose. I'm going to go grab a coffee, I think. I'll grab a coffee, and then we'll just continue on chatting. But again, if you are new, or got questions about the game, by all means, ask away. If you've got any questions in general, about stuff, ask away. I'm happy to answer. Are you getting one as well, Major? Without rum, yeah. Although I used to love the Jameson's Irish coffees. Oh, they were so nice. After you had a meal somewhere, having an Irish coffee. Oh, hang on. What's happened here? There you go. Right, back in a sec. Let me just get a coffee. There we go. What I miss? Yeah, the FPS item insurance stuff is not a thing right yet, but that will be helpful when it does come along. Means we can finally sell things. The 9950 X3D should perform within 1% in games compared. Yeah, so like to me, as much as the 9800 X3D might just peak it in pure gaming power initially, it's with the multitasking that you would get as a content creator, it's beneficial. But again, we'll see what the verdict is when it does release. Yeah, they do want so yeah, some of the issues with the whole duping, and a lot of it is, as a scavenger, someone who likes to go out and loot ships and take things off of ships, having them, you know, stop the sale or like reduce the sale prices of these default, or even restrict. In fact, can we now sell default items from a ship, or is it still undoable completely? Back to shops, or is it just that they've heavily reduced the prices of weapons that can, you know, any weapon that can be sold, like non-default, which is to stop the duping and exploiting. But that makes it bad for us salvagers because we can't make money from selling them as much, which is a real shame, but a temporary issue, you know. Yeah, all components. But what I mean is, we've never been able to sell default components, but have they made it possible to actually sell default components now? What's this? During CitizenCon, I went and said hi to a few streamers. I had to remember to say my name, my online name, as I greeted them, as some of them don't know my face. I did, because I think you'd commented on something on Twitter, and isn't your face on Twitter? You put your face into your Twitter thing, isn't it? I think that's how I knew it was you. So when you walked up to me, I was like, hey! And you're like, wait, how do you know what I look like? It's going to the PTU first, Gilon. Welcome. It's going to the PTU first while they prove it out. And then either, we don't know yet, but either it'll go to the preview server and replace the 4.0 or become the 4.0.1 preview. Or, and I suspect it'll be the patch that takes it out of preview and to live. So I suspect we'll have 4.0 preview, and then when the 4.0.1 PTU build is ready, they will push that to live. They will take away 3.live version. That will replace the 3.24.3 patch in the live servers, and they will remove the 4.0 preview as well. I guess. I don't know if they want to maybe push 4.0.1 into the preview state until they've had other fixes, but I assume they're just wanting to push that out to live. Yeah, fortunately, not unfortunately. Star Citizen use a ton of cores, so might be an exception that can take advantage of the 9950. Could be, yeah. That's the thing, it's like, we're not really building a PC for general gaming, you're building it for Star Citizen, which can be quite different. Update on mining adventure in prison, found 2 rocks that worked for me, but they didn't crack. They are glowing. That could be desync, to be fair. I would step back. They might eventually crack, or not. You found an NPC that I quickly shanked and mined his backpack. Excellent. That's one way of doing it. It kind of sucks because I am like you and I loved... Yeah, it's so annoying when you find this cool stuff and you can't sell it, you know? But I know we'll eventually get there. This is the thing. We're playing the alpha based on A, what you want to do, and B, what works and what you can do, which can often be contradictory. You would like weapon armor racks for hangers. Yes, absolutely. I certainly expect them to do that kind of stuff where we can fully have displayable units for all sorts of things. And it'll probably be the same stuff that we use for base building as well. Yeah, decorating our homes and things. Yeah, thank you, Deacon. Yeah, I think Wonko pointed that out earlier. But yeah, we've got a new... Nothing new, isn't it? It's nothing... no new insights, but happy to see. Tendag, how you doing? Is there a way to complete cargo missions in Pyro when the turrets are hostile to you? Yeah, a ground vehicle or running them individually back and forth out of, where you're having to run in from a distance. Your best bet, what ship are you using? 10. And how much cargo are we talking? You want to go to a bar citizen near you, but never had the time, or was always going to be... Yeah, they're cool to go to, but obviously it's a commitment, isn't it? That can be difficult to manage with other commitments. Alright, so we don't expect it to hit either live or preview before next week. I doubt it. No. I think it'll remain in the PTU for maybe minimum a couple of weeks. Most likely a bit more. While they test things. Bags, how you doing? Are we going to be able to call a ship from our MOBIGLASS? What do you mean? Do you mean in your hangar? No, it's going to be the ASOP only, I believe. Or do you mean in your base? I think bases will also use the hangar kiosk style system rather than your MOBIGLASS. Thank you for pinning that, Sandman. It is a good idea. Since 4.0 dropped, I've had stripping and squirreling away weapons and components I strip off of ships. Haven't tried to sell any yet, but I have plenty if I need. Yeah, I mean, there's still a benefit to taking weapons and components, even if they're default and you can't sell them, or if they are, not worth much to sell. You can still keep them for yourself. Your bog standard ones, like your bulldogs or your badgers, maybe not, maybe leave them, but your GTs, your mantises, NDBs, definitely. Even your not acquisitions. What's the Hurston weapon? Oh my god. Even those are quite decent. But even if you're not planning to keep them yourself, attritions, thank you, Uber. Oh, I couldn't get to that. Even if you're not planning to keep them for yourself, other players will buy them from you. It would require you to allow them into your hangar to pick them up. They need to send you the money, so it is somewhat dangerous at times. But, yeah. There's another option there. Orbital Cargo Strike. I want CIG to add a trading card game into Star... Yes, me too. Me too. We have chess. We know pool will be something. An actual... I mean, even if they just added real-life card games, that would be nice. But yeah, their own unique version of a card game would be pretty cool as well. You could literally play strip poker if you had poker. You could like take a helmet off. Just be like wearing everything, layering everything. And arcade games. Yeah, they want arcade games to be a gaming game, like Vanguard Hyperforce. Put one of those retro games in your ship. The Sim Pod is also... The Sim Pod. Felt like Mr. Bean saying that then. So it's a Hull A with 26 SEU. So I don't know how functional the mule is found at these locations in Pyro, but you could land at a safe enough distance where, or just around the side of a rock where you're not going to get shot, and then tractor beam those boxes to the freight elevator and then lower them that way. That would probably be your best bet. Other than that, using one of those new Argo CSVs or whatever they call it, that would be good, but you won't be able to fit one in a Hull A, and you wouldn't be able to put an Earth Rover in there either. So maybe just land outside of the turret's view and move it in that way. I don't think we'll see Nyx this year. I think it's... Well... No, it is possible. It certainly is possible. but I don't know. I think their focus will be optimizing static server meshing, getting dynamic in, and just polishing what we have. But by the end of the year, who knows? Because the scale of, speed up can angle up. So maybe, but I'm not expecting it. I'm hoping for it, but not expecting it. CMD, good day. How you doing? And Agrons, welcome. How do I take components of the ship when my tractor beam multi-tool won't grab them? Don't need to apologize. So what you need to do is unlock the ports of the ship first and make sure that the shields are down. Now, to do the unlocking of ports, you need to go into your key bindings, go to, is it cockpit? I think. And then there should be unlock ports or lock ports. Now, when you bind whatever you need to that, which is your choice based on your control setup, unlock it, turn your shields off, and then you will be able to use your tractor beam, and you just press the left mouse button, not the right one, the left mouse button on the tractor beam, and that will allow you to detach them, and you just pull them in the direction of the arrow. So let's say, for example, you're taking a weapon off the front, it'll have an arrow down, and as you pull it, the grayed out arrow will fill in green until it's all the way, and then it will pull it off. And then to put it back on, you've just got to put it into the right orientation and move it close to the port. And if it shows a green outline or hologram of it, then it will connect. If it's grey, it won't, and if it's red, it can't. If that makes sense. No, that the ship doesn't need power, but you need to make sure that the shields are off and that the ports are open. And then make sure as well, once you've connected everything, or even if you're not putting anything back there, make sure you lock the ports again, because then anyone else can come along and pull them off. Carlos, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, it'll be nice when we get the actual simpods in game. Imagine jumping in and playing whatever is available, just on a long quantum travel. You've got like a teammate on board where you're just playing chess and then you're playing pool, and he's like, come on, 1-on-1, 1v1 me. I'm like, go on then, fire up AC. Rasak, how you doing? You think Nix this year is the plan, and the plan will fail? Maybe so, maybe so. They certainly could try for it. I mean, it's been in the works for a while, so yeah, they may do. Kluke, welcome. Is it possible, or even any point of doing rock mining on an asteroid? I wouldn't say so. No, I think you're just opening yourself up to a world of problems. Because I don't know how many rock mineable sized minables are on an asteroid in the first place. And if you're driving around in a place with 0G, I don't know if it works, but if you go, like, if there are asteroids like this and you go, I don't know how that works. I don't know if it works. I've not tried it. Also, Ramoyne, when it comes to a power supply, I will be getting a USP or a UPS, because I do suffer from a lot of power cuts here. And also, Deacon's talking about maybe like sorting out my stream machine, or my main PC, or is it my stream machine, as being a sort of database for a lot of my old, well, not old, but like when I record snippets, like B-roll and stuff, or even videos, having it as kind of like a storage unit for those where I can access them if I need them. So if there's a certain bit of B-roll, I can go into it, I can type in what I'm looking for, it'll find it, and I can drag it in, which would be very handy. Rocker Pete, how you doing? Do gems even appear on? Yes, they do, but I think they're hand minables, aren't they? I didn't know they were rock minables. Agrons, you are more than welcome. Any questions you've got, you let me know. Yeah, you can pirate now. Shield, welcome. Have I been able to play Obituary at all? We'd love a vid on. No, I haven't tried. I don't generally do like an individual video of can I play at this space station though. But what's happened with Obituary? I don't know if I've been there in a while, to be fair. Yeah, I believe hand minables are available on asteroids, but not rock mineable. I can't imagine they would put a rock mineable on an asteroid. Yeah, exactly, wackish. I mean, engineering will be the first entry into what we can do while quantum traveling, something to keep us entertained, you know? Percivelli, welcome. Tonight it should be going to the PTU. When it goes live is undetermined until they have spent enough time testing it. But yeah, tonight should be the PTU. Cheerio, Academy. Have a great weekend, my friend, and I'll see you on Monday, hopefully. Much love, mate. Imagine if you could collect medium-sized mineable rocks in your cargo ship, land them at a well, actually pick up rocks. I doubt it. Yes, a raw footage library. That way I can find, like, what I do now is I label my B-roll. So if it is like an Intrepid going to Frigid Knot, looking at cows and doing some looting, it'll be called Intrepid, Frigid Knot, cows. Oh, well, quasis. I've kind of. I don't want to make that mistake. You know, good footage or bad footage. You know, all sorts of little labels so that I can just search for it. Benny, how you doing? Go for an Avenger or an Intrepid. Literally, we had this question early on, and I think overall, the Titans are a better ship for combat and hauling, if that's where you want to focus your time. But the Intrepid is more up to date, so it feels a bit better. You've got a really cool interior, but a bit of a limitation with the two separate 4 SEU hold, cargo bays versus the singular 8 SEU. And better firepower on the Avenger, but you don't have physical components, you don't have a weapon locker. So it's up to you, but yeah, the Titan, it depends on what you have. A Cutlass Black for combat and hauling. Right, in that case, the Intrepid is probably a nice one. What are you planning to use it for? I suppose that's the real question. NAS drive would be good for that. A NAS drive, what's that called? Is there a way to become neutral again? I think you've just got to not do anything for a while and let it kind of let the reputation slowly dial back. Outside of that, I don't think there's much you can do. Lightning did fry my Virpil pedals, really? Wow. That's crazy. No, I don't think engineering will be a nasty surprise for anybody. Initially, maybe, while they're dialing it in, but they don't want it to be some sort of micromanagement, annoying nonsense. They want it to be engaging and useful, but easy to get into, difficult to master if you want to take it that far. But for solo ships, they're going to make sure that it is much more, I want to say handleable, but that's not the right word. Like easy to handle as a single occupant. Network application storage. Is that what you're talking about, Deke? Was that what you mentioned? So yeah, I think people are in fear of engineering because they think it's going to be a ton of micromanagement stuff, but it's not. It's going to be, maybe to start with, as I say, until they have a hands-on from us and we say the likes and the bads and whatnot. But it'll eventually be easy to handle in a solo ship, but as wide of a gameplay as you want it to be if you want to handle it super well. Lord Mischief watched my update video. Welcome, by the way. Not sure I get the file copy thing. I will explain it in a second. Let me just... I need to get this... It keeps quitting. Let me just... You can see I've actually got a watch now. A really cheap... It was £10 Everite, which I broke my own Everite, like 1950s mechanical watch, by poking the balance wheel like an absolute dickhead. And sorry if you've got kids watching. I apologize. Don't swear, guys. Like an idiot, I was like, I wonder if I could have a poke at this and see if I can figure anything out. And it broke. So, yeah, I've got this other watch where I'm going to practice cleaning the crystal on the front and sanding the case and then fixing up parts. I just love it. Want to learn it. Anyway, it's not a combat problem. It's not a travel problem. It will allow for more enhanced gameplay rather than taking it away. But it'll obviously need to get tuned so that it isn't like overwhelming on the small scale. But there's a lot of depth for those who want to get good at it. Adam, welcome. You want engineering allowing me to fix a... Yes, exactly. So soft death is a temporary method for replicating what the engineering will bring, where your ship will disable systemically for whatever reason, be that based on the coolers not doing what they're supposed to do or the power plant failing, and you'll be able to move things around and sort things out. Soft death is just like this artificial way of representing a time to disable rather than a time to kill every time. And as much as I say, it might start out being a bit extreme while they dial it in, they don't want anything to be micromanaged and annoying. Obviously, this will be very different for everybody. There'll be various elements of this, but like we'll feel differently about it each way. But yeah, it's it'll enhance things rather than become a problem. And if you have a big ship and you don't want to do engineering, then you will need to hire someone for that anyway, which would make sense because you have a big ship. Or eventually an NPC, but we know 1.0 isn't bringing, or from what they've outlined, 1.0 will not bring hireable NPCs. Blades, yes, but not hireable NPCs. That'll come later on. Roo boy, how you doing? There it is. Yeah, you found it. Only 5%, but it's 5% nonetheless. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I just, as a parent, I try my best not to swear in front of my kid. So, and I know a lot of people here watch with their own kids, or they have, children in the background playing. So I don't want to do that. Yeah, I can imagine, Origin. I can imagine. When I go camping with my cousins, they're both Yorkshire farmers. If you've watched Clarkson's Farm, my eldest cousin, Dan, he is Caleb to a T. They are like that. They have their own language. And when I go camping, I tune into their language, which also includes swearing, and it gets terrible. Terrible. I don't know Astroman when they'll work on the BMM. From what we understand, it's a lack of resources of senior ship ship devs. They are hiring, they always have new devs going through the ranks. Hopefully as they get more and more developers coming in, rather than, as we saw in that point with like Paul Jones leaving and other people, it kind of reduced the amount of resources they have of senior staff who are capable of working on a ship of such importance. So what we understand is when they get to the point where the resources are available to do that again, they will put someone back on it. But they don't want to prioritize this one ship with a lot of members for just the BMM when they want a broad range of vehicles, both backlog and current, new, to support the gameplay that we have now, rather than just, like bringing the Endeavour when we don't have any form of farming, for example. So I don't know when they'll get back on the BMM, but it's mostly just down to resources and the availability of them. Well, I don't mind swearing. I actually like swearing to some degree. In some circumstances, it can be humorous, it can be impactful in an emotional state, like to give more emphasis to something. I actually think there's a lot of reason for swearing, but at the same time, I wouldn't want Summer swearing her head off. I don't like it. And there are certain swear words that are worse than others. The CUNT word I really like, and I think it's hilarious when, as a Brit, we just refer to each other as CUNTs. But yeah, In some cases, it can be a lack of vocabulary, not intelligence or maturity. It's more a lack of vocabulary in some circumstances. For me, it is often. but yeah, there's ups and downs to it. Sorry, Kelly Cooper. Exactly that reason. My daughter's 2.5, so yeah, we'll keep the swear words down. But yeah, PTU 4.0.1 should be coming sometime this evening. We don't know when though. Arms of Power World. I've never heard of that. It's more the fact that the father was teaching his kid to disrespect people. Oh, sorry, you're talking to Colin then. Plus the gameplay features, the BMM is also what. Yeah, exactly. The BMM doesn't have, like I was saying about the Endeavour. There's no need for the BMM right now, other than it's a backlog ship, and as an owner, it would be nice to have. But yeah, that's more the thing. Shield swearing in front of kids is trashy. I don't like it. Yeah, it's not nice. It's not for me. That's all. Grandma always said, "F it." Is Gervais a fan of that word? I think as a Brit, we use that word as a sign of affection, which is so true. In fact, it was only today that I didn't call him a CEO. No. Hey, man. Frack. Yeah, we actually have on my Discord, I think, Wonko. You're probably aware of this, but we have a Star Citizen swear words where we're coming up with our own inverse versions of things like frack. The other day, our 4-year-old said, "F***ing there's a spider on the wall." You blame your wife. It's so funny, isn't it, when you see your kid do the same things you do. Like, apparently I go, yeah, or no. And now that really annoys Rach when Summer's like, she's like, "Do you need the potty?" Oh, well, that's a bad example. She never says yeah. But, "Do you want some apple?" She's like, yeah. Rach will be like, "It's not a bad thing." It's double confirmation. It's good. Oh, it's the adult violent Pokemon type game. Okay, fair enough. Starticus, how you doing? I heard that calling someone a TWAT in USA is more offensive than the C word. I wouldn't say so. I don't know, though. But both the TW and the C word is a common, very non-extreme word. I mean, it is somewhat extreme in the UK, but between bloke friends, it's a very common sentiment of affection. It's as affectionate as we get as men in the UK. Timber, how you doing? Squadron 42, looking forward to it. Do you think it would take some pressure off Star Citizen for a bit if they released it? I think it would take some criticism off Star Citizen, definitely. I think it would, A, show that CIG can put out a game, and B, it would entice people to be like, this is cool. And then they'll learn that there's a multiplayer version of it, which would be like mind blown. So yes, it would definitely benefit Star Citizen massively, and we would see a huge influx of people come in. Kids are very smart. Summer is just unbelievably smart. She's like insane. I blame Rachel. Yeah, Aussies use the C word very yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Nobody uses the TW word. I mean, we don't use that in terms of like affection. It's like if your mate or your brother or someone has done something stupid, you go, "Oh yeah," you know. It's not really offensive to us. Yeah, all ages. Yeah, until we learn the Q word. Ugh. Narco, how you doing? I remember my Australian friend calling me a C word, and me being from the States is, yeah, you're like, "Oh, Alzano, how you doing? Welcome." You try and keeping clear of swearing, but there can be the odd moment. Yes. Yeah, when emphasis, I mean, I don't do it to Summer, like I wouldn't swear at Summer, but there's been times when I've like dropped something or stumped my toe or, done something and I've been like, "Oh, whatever," and it's a bit like, oops. Yes, Ramoyne, I understand, absolutely. It's sometimes I don't like it when every other word is a swear word. That gets a bit like, oh my, like even my ears feel offended. Like I have no problem with swearing in general, but when it's like every other word is just a bit like how people will use, and I do it, I'm guilty of this sometimes, will use the word like that grates on me a lot. And it's the same when it's like F this, F that, F that. It just gets a bit irritating. I don't know if influx of normal gamers is good. No, I see your point. I think, so all in all, Star Citizen itself is not going to be a game that everyone will enjoy because of how long-winded things are, as we've said. But I think it'll introduce to the, gamers worldwide as a whole that this type of thing is wanted and needed, because companies have been playing it too safe, because obviously they have producers and investors and so forth, and they can't really take those risks. But Star Citizen taking that risk will prove that this sort of stuff is wanted by millions and millions of people. But at the same time, it doesn't mean it will be for everybody. So as much as Star Citizen won't suit every single player, I think, especially for the maturer crowd, not to say that, kids won't like Star Citizen, I'm sure many will, but in general, you're not going to get COD players, Fortnite players coming in and being like, oh my god, this is amazing. They're going to complain about the long-winded stuff. But, sim players, D&D style gamers, and strategy gamers, and all those, I think there's definitely going to be an influx. There will 100% be a huge influx of players coming in when Squadron goes live. Like I see it time and time again, and my numbers, both financially and viewership-wise, go up and down based on the popularity of Star Citizen. And when there is a big release, they go through the roof, and then when there's a delay or a hold-up, it drops down again. And Squadron will have, to date, the biggest impact when that does come along. 4.0 is having a big impact. When 4.0 Live comes along, it'll have an even bigger impact because there is it should be that consistency. But then, yeah, Squadron will be like a they're actually going to advertise Squadron like a traditional game. They're not going to do that for Star Citizen. That's going to be a soft release, but for Squadron, they're going to do proper advertising campaigns, so it'll be in the face of millions of gamers. Not to mention, this whole bad press is good press, it doesn't matter, which somewhat is true in this regard, where eventually, when they do put out a game like Squadron, people will be like, oh my god, is that company that could never release a game and has taken like 5 decades to release a game? And they'll be like, yeah, it is. But it's mint, so, it's going to have its upsides, but we will see an influx of people come in for Squadron. And as I say, like, how many of us have played a game like Skyrim or Elder Scrolls and really wanted a full multiplayer version of that, but without losing that fidelity and without losing the depth that an Elder Scrolls Skyrim, single-player game has, and then something like Elder Scrolls Online comes along, and it's a lot less. It doesn't feel like a single-player Skyrim game, because it's not. But Squadron, you'll play that, or you'll hear about that, and then you'll discover this multiplayer game, which keeps that fidelity, and it just expands upon the single-player game even more, which will be great. And then obviously 1.0 is going to be the biggest explosion. But when I mean like an influx, I mean it. We've seen it already. I've seen it multiple times throughout the years where we just get a ton of people coming in. Nyandroid, how you doing? That's where modding... Well, at the end of the day, they have said in the past that they want to allow for mods. But I think if they do, which is still a big if, because they might not, but if they do, there will be heavy gates to getting your stuff in-game. So it's got to adhere to the law. It's got to make sure that it's not offensive in any way. It can't be overpowered for someone. It can only be like maybe Like, for me, it would be like org uniforms or org badges, like you bespoke ones that we've created and we've modded into the game that they've allowed for that reason. That's, I think, the limit that we'll see with mods, but I don't know until we see. Johnny, happy Friday, mate. You're heading home. Safe travels, my friend. We'll catch you later. The patch, Parsifal. I've already answered. It'll go to the PTU. Well, it's pinned up top. It'll go to the PTU tonight. Alakai, welcome. That's alright. Yeah, nothing licensed, absolutely. What are my thoughts on, Max, welcome, removing PvP from the game except for instances in designated zones? No, hate it. It needs to be, I think people think that removing PvP or having it in a various, you know, gated way will be a success for the game, but it won't. There's too many facets that rely on having that open potential. Not to say that there won't be places that are, you know, restricted, like entry for brand new players maybe, but what we have now is missing too many facets to make the experience feel like how it's going to be when it's finished. And they should absolutely not remove PvP or gate it or restrict it. What we need is other systems like an NPC force, bounty hunting to be properly formulated, better security from turrets and so forth, and having the game push back in a realistic way, but also allow players to take that role and be organic, which right now we have none of that. So understandably, the idea of this game being finished and going and, you know, people jumping in and being completely murder hoboed feels really bad, but that's not going to happen. It's not going to be that case because there are so many other things like Death of a Spaceman, Persistence, True Persistence, that will come in and make that not a problem. But they should not remove that at all. I respect your opinion, Max. I disagree, but I don't want to keep talking about it. It's... Oh, hang on, are you actually saying the same thing I'm saying, or are you saying differently? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. There needs to be the risk for... Yeah, exactly. There's more... There's so many facets to it that it's... Removing it or restricting it isn't going to make the game better. Short term, for you, as an individual player who doesn't like PvP, sure, it'll make it a lot better. But overall, with what they intend for Star Citizen, it would not work. Last night was the coldest in the UK since 2010. Minus 14.5. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, we had minus 5, I think. I don't know what the wind chill was like, though. But it wasn't that bad. I'm hoping I'm getting my sleeping bag soon so that I can actually go camping in my garden to test some cold weather stuff. Has anyone seen the scene in The Slamming Salmon where the waiter spills all their drinks? Then the guy says, "You..." I believe he's Australian. No, I haven't even heard of that, to be fair. 30-minute timeout. Good idea. Like, the thing is, and I know a lot of people are concerned about PvP and stuff, but do not judge what we have now at all as how it's going to play out in the final version of the game. As I say, there are so many... And you might not know what those systems are because you've joined late or you haven't, you know, found out via other videos, because a lot of stuff was mentioned a long while ago and it's not been reiterated on too much. There needs to be PvP for many different aspects. It's a bit like, you know, the circle of life. It doesn't work if you take out something that is supposed to connect everything together. But that's not to say that every time you jump into Star Citizen, you'll just get blown out of the water. It's not going to happen, but there's too many facets. And it's too big a subject to go through and explain every single time. So, do not fret. The way they intend... Welcome, Donovan. The way they intended to design Star Citizen will lead to it being PvP naturally. Does everyone need to participate in that? No, exactly. There are so many facets, and what we have now, do not ever judge what we have now as the finished product and get worked up and so emotional that you would come on a stream and say whatever you know, shout and scream and get annoyed. It doesn't work like, real life don't work like that, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's still pretty cold here. Like, I get, you know, you jump into Star Citizen, you want to go playing, and it breaks. It's supposed to be snowing here, 0 degrees. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for me. I jumped in and I went to check out a place. I got attacked and blew up. Oh, it's annoying. But there's other things that'll happen to stop that from being such a constant thing. Chemical, my face. How you doing? Welcome. No, Chris, it's gonna go to the PTU hopefully tonight. It'll remain in the PTU for however long it takes before it gets, you know, sorted and then pushed to live. So 4.0 preview is still the sort of official current, somewhat live version of 4.0. It's not live, it's more like a PTU with persistence. Yeah, we'll be getting the PTU tonight, which has 100+ critical and blocker fixes, plus many other things. I think it's essentially going to be more of what they was intending to be the 4.0 live before the holiday break, but didn't have the time to do it. Yeah, I know, and you know, like as Donovan's saying there, people expect what we have now to be it, like nothing is going to change, but there's so much more to do. Everyone is scared of Eve, but even when I was playing it, the only time when I had PvP was when I was in the most PvP intense areas of the game. Yeah, like you go to somewhere like that, like to Pyro and, you know, a headhunter's place, you're probably going to find PvP, but not guaranteed. I've been to many of those places, looked around, looted, spent a good 30-40 minutes there, flew away, didn't see a single person. Yeah, it should be, Donovan. Yeah, it should be sort of early. I mean, they go by the Austin time zone, I think, when they put out patches. So for them, it's like afternoon, early evening. The game is what it is, and to be fair, it has to be played on those terms. We are all backing we are backing Chris's vision for the game, and you might not like it. There's certain aspects that I probably won't like when it's finished, but I don't expect them to change everything for my personal choice. It's just, it'll be done when it's done, and that'll be the game. Too many players are unwilling to even engage with other players. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about, you know, if you're anxious about joining as a group with other players because you're a solo player and you don't like it, like, obviously you don't have to, but as I say, join my group. Not necessarily my org, but when I'm jumping in on stream, jump in and play with us. Feel how that anxiety is not necessary. It's understandable, but it's not necessary, because even if you make a mistake or you do something silly or whatever, we've all done it and we will keep doing it, but it's a good way of getting through that, right? And we can help. It is much more fun with other people, yeah. Is there a good place for cargo hold spreadsheets? Like, is there a calculator? Yeah, I think Cornerstone does a good job with that, but there are some other ones. But I think I've been using Cornerstone for hauling information as well. Am I right at that, or was I using something else? A fix for ultra-wide monitors. What was broken, Wonko? I don't think I noticed anything wrong with my ultra-wide. Pretty good face. Thank you. I'm not 60 years old, as most people think. You're more PvE hauler, but it's gonna be boring with no. Yeah, most of the time when I jump in, I'm generally just trying to do something industrial based. I hope I don't bump into a murder hobo. I hope I don't get pirated. But the thought of it, the potential of it happening is exciting to me. And most times it never happens. So I'm quite content. But when it does happen, I come away from it generally, if I manage to escape, feeling like, wow. But obviously, in order to escape, there, you know, it can't be one-sided to either murder hobos, well, not necessarily murder hobos, but pirates or criminals, and it can't be one-sided for non-criminals that clash. There needs to be a balance, and then ultimately it needs to come down to skill. And that doesn't mean skill as a dogfighter. It means, it could mean for you, your skill and ability at getting away based on your ability to launch countermeasures, time it appropriately with switching modes or whatever the system is by the time it does go live, because what we have now with the flight model isn't worth learning to worry too much about it, because it's going to change. So, yeah. You personally want to do base building, crafting, and build a shop, become someone people come to have things crafted. Yeah, like make a name as a crafter. And that is absolutely plausible, right? Bandit, welcome. StarCitizen is worlds more fun with other people. If you're used to playing alone, you're... Yeah, and I have to reiterate that. I know people are very reluctant to play multiplayer because I was the same way. But since playing with other people, it has opened my eyes to how much better the game is and how much more interesting it'll be going forwards as well. Again, you can literally live off-grid on your own and not speak to anybody, and I will do that for a good duration of time with maybe one of my characters. But at the same time, there is nothing quite like jumping in with a group. Yeah, as you say, Wackish, MMOs need to have that PvP system, and there's various... It's like the basics, the building blocks, the haulers, the pirates, the lawgivers. Yo, Strong Side, how you doing? You've been playing this game for a long time. Love the game. You think server meshing is going to help the servers? Because right now they are... Yes, so it has helped, but there is other things they need to do to optimize the servers, amongst other things. Ooh. This is about my sleeping bag. Is it coming? Are they delivering it? Yes, it's been sent. Lovely. Been waiting on that a while. Yeah, there's a lot they're doing with the servers. It's not just server meshing. There's other things they need to optimize with. But ultimately, dynamic server meshing, which is kind of next in line once they've worked on what we have now. Dynamic will allow for a server that's degrading to just be swapped with a new one and everybody moved over to it, so we wouldn't even see it happening, right? You're 40 in 3 months, Sandman. Your body feels like it's 60. Have you not been working out? I haven't worked out in a long while, and yeah, I've been... I'll sleep, and then like a nerve in my neck will just... I won't be able to move my neck for a good 10 minutes after waking up. My knees. I need to get back to working out, though. It's the only way. We need to keep moving, Sandman. Keep moving, mate. Vega, I do, mate. Yeah, exclamation Discord. It should be there. Thank you, Apoc. Frood, welcome. Cody, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Graph07. StarCitizen is the best power to CO2 conversion software ever. Better than Bitcoin mining. Power to CO2. I don't get that, I'm afraid. I'm probably a little too stupid. You don't mind grouping with other players at all, but if I'm a captain, then I'd prefer those on my ship to either be AI or player friends. I prefer squadron play in many ways when dealing with randoms, simply the reason of... No, absolutely. And, you know, the thing about joining an org, and, I can see it with... This is what I love about when I'm not necessarily playing, and I see all of you guys in-game or in Discord chatting about grouping up. You know, Apoc, Ralph, Rickan, Deacon, all of you lot coming together. Balth as well as another. You're all jumping in together, even though I'm not live. You're creating that trust. And we all have people that we know we can trust. We all have people that we're a bit skeptical about. But at the same time, if you are in my org and you're, or you know, myself included, if I'm putting together a crew, I'm going to make sure I have people I can trust. Not to say that I won't have those that I don't know if I can trust yet, because we will have like training sessions as well and showing people the ropes. But obviously, org... what's the word now? Infiltration is a thing already. People from different orgs have been infiltrating other orgs to try and disband them. It's not good or nice, but you've got to be careful of that stuff. Alaskan Strat 07, thank you for the 3 months, Beers and Paddy. So, yeah, we will have security in place to make sure that this stuff, if we have, you know, randoms on board, even if they're org members, like new recruits, there will be that permission system where you won't have access to certain things. There will be trusted security walking around my ship, checking up that people are doing, not doing what they're, I don't want it to be like, why aren't you working? Get to work. It's more like you're not sneaking around in the engineering department, you know? Duck Force, how you doing? You want to fly your own ship filled with NPC crew and AI blades, but grouped up with other players in their ships. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, join their ships. Tiberius, how you doing? Nice to see you, mate. You mined with the GPU and got back 2 times its value. Flipping out. You can trust me to not shoot you in the back, can you? You can't trust me not to shoot you in the back. As I say, when I was talking about my armor days, doing a training session, I was like, just following along, you know, doing like maneuvers. Somehow my weapon discharged into the back of another player. I was like, holy shit. So yeah, you can't even trust me not to accidentally shoot you in the back, unfortunately. Yeah, we trust APOC with everything except flying small ships. How you doing, Alaskan? 07, mate. Can you perhaps start a survey to see whether people are more likely to believe that real people will land on Mars with real spaceships, or whether one... No, we can't start that survey. But I wouldn't be surprised if people land on Mars before 1.0 goes live. I couldn't care less if people land on Mars before 1.0 goes live. Disposable Hero 07, how you doing? Welcome. Are you well? Happy New Year, mate. My fiance says you're as old as the person you feel. How old is your fiance? See, Rachel's older than me. She's 40 already. I think it is cool and crazy that people play the game like this already. Yes, it really is interesting. It creates this real dynamic that you have to think about. Do they got a time frame when they are going to work on servers and the server meshing, or they're already doing it? Strong sidetrack. They are continuously working on servers and server meshing. Static server meshing works. They've got that out. That, you know, the stability is there already. So what's happening is a server, they want 30 FPS on the server. Each server, 30 FPS. That's the maximum they want, and they want it to remain at that number for as long as possible. As more players join, as more entities get accounted for and brought into the game, that tick rate can drop. And right now it will go all the way down to the point where the server will just crash, and then a new server will need to be spooled up and put. That's what a server recovery is. That's what happens right now. Before server meshing, that degradation would be within, you know, it would go very quickly. They would get overwhelmed with the servers super quick, and they would just flat out within a day or two. Now servers can go, and they're still going now from when 4.0 technically launched. I don't know if, I'm sure they've been reset, but they go for a much longer duration of time, because a lot of services have been moved off of the DGS and into their own. But what dynamic meshing will do, which they are ongoingly working with, parts of that are in the current 4.0, but it's not finished. When a server tick rate gets to a certain number, whatever that may be, 15, 20, maybe a little less, it depends on what they determine to be the magic number before they then dynamically spool up a new server. The replication layer will replicate everything over to that new server so that we all move over, and it'll be done in an instant. You'll barely notice, and then the old server will just be shut down, and it'll keep doing that constantly. That's what they're working on. And server meshing that we have now is working as intended. There's definitely going to be a lot more optimizations they can do for it, and they will continue to do that. They will continue to test player count numbers, the server configuration with how many players per shard, how many servers per shard, and what where they are and what they're handling. And then eventually it'll be dynamic. And yeah, the whole server stability will no longer be a problem, because it'll just automatically happen. So you didn't know this game existed until last year. My buddy was the one who got me into it, and honestly, I can see the love behind it. You can be anything you want in the vast universe. Yeah, and it's like, you can see that already. Not I say already, it's been 12 years, but you know what I mean? In the alpha we're playing now, you can see that, you can feel that, and it's not finished. So when it is finished, even more so. Yeah, a lot of ambition. And I'm glad they haven't wavered to everybody's complaint, and they've just stuck at it and kept going in terms of pushing the tech, pushing gaming as a whole to get it to where it needs to be, because it is truly going to be like nothing else. It already is. So, yeah. Yeah, like a lot of some of the tech existed, but ultimately they created their own. They created new tech to make this possible. But of course, along with that becomes time and money. Is the 4.0 preview going to evolve into the normal 4.0 live? Yes. Yeah, I believe so. I think what will likely happen, Alaskan, is 4.0.1 will, you know, come to the PTU. It'll remain in the PTU through testing until they feel like it's stable enough to be its own live version. And then they will likely just put that into live. So take out 3.24.2 live, 3 live, which is the current live build. Put that there instead, and then remove the preview. It may be that we see, like, there's a possibility that 4.0.1 may go to 4.0.1 underscore preview if they don't feel it's ready for live and they were ready to put the patch out, but I doubt it. I think they're planning to actually have the 4.0.1 to be the live build. However long that takes. Hopefully not too long, though. Daney, welcome. You got the Polaris, but melted half your fleet. It is a hell of a ship. Walking around Apox, Polaris, is just like, wow. Such a good ship. You started out as a space stripper, Wackish. What are you getting on with now? The game won't fail, don't worry, Donovan. The fact is, they're at this, as they sometimes call it, like with Squadron in a way, it's an inflection point. It's a point where this is it now. This is, you know, the foundation is practically there. There's still dynamic, but the legwork is done. It's now just enabling that. Hopefully long enough for you. Are you still doing that, Carrot? I hope they add more creatures. Yes. Did you watch... in fact, let me show you. Hang on. We can get rid of this. Where is it? Do I have it in my list of stream things? I think I do. What was it? It was Dressed to Kill, wasn't it? Was the episode. Or maybe I don't have it there. Hang on. Bear with me. Playlists. Oh, Sunbum's sad. Why is she crying? Bedtime, that'll be why. So, Dressed to Kill. For 1.0, obviously between now and 1.0, which I don't know how long that'll be. Likely, you know, 3-4 years from now, 1.0 will see a lot of other creatures. Their matrix for all the creatures they want for 1.0 is this. But between now and 1.0 officially going live, we will see these roll out consistently from patch to patch because they will just be rolling them out. So as we know, Sandworm and all the different variants. There's the Quasi-Grazer and all the different variants. But this is a sketch of all the creatures they plan to bring in for 1.0. Hang on, I'm covering some. So there you go. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all of them. That's all the creatures they want to bring in for 1.0. And then obviously beyond 1.0 there will be more. But that's just where they're at. Essentially today. Not today, for 1.0. Oh, we'll just stick to this one for now. Crafting your home. Why not? PDCs don't understand friendly fire. Yeah, they're very confused. They just shoot at anybody who's shooting at your ship or accidentally damaging your ship. It's quite funny. Yeah, sea creatures. Like, it's a good point, actually, Danny. I don't know if any of those are intended to be sea creatures. Some of them could be, absolutely. Some of them could be only found in space, only found in certain environments. But yeah, that would be kind of cool. Yes, well, pets actually banned it. One of the last stretch goals, which was like 64 million, I think, was pets. So conventional creatures as well as alien creatures to be as your own pet and so forth. But that's probably a little way off. I mean, saying that, I think we will get pets before 1.0 because we already see Copian, like tamed Copian dogs or Copians by gangs. They want to work on petting animations as Zach outlined at CitizenCon or some time after, where you're able to actually interact with them. Thank you for the online reaction there, Danny. Much appreciated. Yeah, so there will be various ways and means to interact with creatures and have them as pets eventually too. Funny enough, she didn't mind going to bed. Like, she doesn't mind it. I think she's just tired. So if something annoys her or upsets her, she'll cry. She's actually really... And now it's getting to the point where if she does wake up in the night, not every time, but if she does, I'll go in, I'll make sure she's all right, and then I'll say, you lay down, I'll lay down outside your cot, and, you know, I'll stay for 20 minutes, and then I'm going, all right? She's like, yeah. And then after 20 minutes, even if she's still not asleep, I'll say, right, I'm going back to my bed now. Night-night, I love you. She'll go, I love you, Daddy. Night-night. And she'll be fine. And it's so surreal because it used to be the minute she saw you leaving, she would cry. But now she's like, I'm good. You go to bed. I'm going to play with my little teddy turtle. Do I think pets could work like Star Wars Outlaws? I don't know what that's like, Carrot. What are the pets like on that game? Yeah, they're semi-tamed, aren't they? You like the idea of Space Hunter that hunts exotic creatures for certain parts? Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a big part of crafting. We know there's going to be the monster hunting gameplay as well. Hang on, let's get to the actual footage of stuff. This is just talking in screens for now. So, yeah, you know, any type of creature game that you've seen in the past, Monster Hunter, acquiring crafting parts, they're all part of that. Some of them will be protected. There's a whole planet in the Jian system that is kind of like a Noah's Ark planet that protects every single species of the Jian creature. And going there is illegal unless you have actual permissions. Danny, been watching me for like 20 years. Thank you so much for the 1,000 cheer, mate. It certainly feels like 20 years, doesn't it? I've probably aged 20 years in the last 2, in all honesty. Brad, how you doing? NPC wives. All right, maybe not. I don't know about that much. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that, sir. I feel how it is... I like how it was said in the notes that PDCs only have loyalty. Yeah, like they protect the ship and nothing. Not the owner. If the owner, you know, punches a panel on the ship, they'll turn on you. That's so funny. The time in Star Citizen is relative. It really is. You can send it to distract or help solve puzzles. Oh, absolutely. I think if they didn't intend on that initially, that kind of thing will inspire them to do so. I like that, though, yeah. I hope people will negotiate with me when I take their little Grogu. Oh, nasty. But yeah, if you steal my pet and threaten it, we can negotiate until I get the pet back, and then you'll be on my hit list, and the org will come after you. But yeah, we can negotiate to start with, just for giggles, you know. How much? Here you go. Here's the 4 billion that you required. Right, everybody, let's get that 4 billion back. Honsho, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, my friend. Beers, party, party bus. You know what to do. Thank you so much. And if you did receive a gift sub, please do drop an exclamation 07 in there, because it is much appreciated. Your son has started a monster hunting org. Nice. Can I join? Oh, God. 12 years of development, 3 of actual progress. It certainly feels that way sometimes. 3 years of probably visual progress, but under the hood, monthly reports, you know, it's been continuous, hasn't it? Threaten the dog and I'll burn everything down. Yeah, it's you know, we'll go John Wick on you, I'm afraid, Wackish. But it's a plausible way of getting someone to do what you want. You'd rather be a trapper than a hunter, rather catch and sell the life. Yeah, do you know what? I hope, I don't know how they would do it. It's for them to figure it out, not me. But I really hope that we have science observation missions for creatures, and, you know, going to a place and discovering new creatures that have not been seen before, and having binoculars or ways of scanning a creature undetected, so they don't know you're there, and you're you know, watching their patterns, and you're able to report back on their migration. I mean, I'm probably overthinking this, but, you know, their migration routes and their habitat and their foods and whatnot. That would be really cool. They do, Ramon. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, monster hunting isn't going to be for everybody, but I do really like the idea of that in Star Citizen. And it would also be cool to be able to protect certain wildlife from poachers, while also specifically hunting others for crafting materials or food. You know, it'll be kind of cool. Now we know who we need to go to get the sandworm to other planets. What, Wackish? Or me? We definitely, yeah, check Wackish's ship. It'll be like Flight of the Navigator, where you open that panel and there's just creatures from all different planets. It's like, well, you have been busy, Wackish. It'll be like Bounty Hunter 2.0, but monsters instead of players. I mean, I suppose we need to get Bounty Hunting first. I don't know what would come first, Bounty Hunting version 2 or Monster Hunting version 1. Yeah, it's a good way to get 5 Polaris on your tail, and then maybe a Bengal carrier as well. It'll be like, right, SM Borg, drop everything. My beloved pet has been stolen. You'll have to bring the worm parts to a cat who will cook you a delicious meal from it. You what, Sandman? You'll have to bring the worm parts to a cat who will cook you a delicious meal from it. I mean, that's some clever cat. Did you mean cat? That will make for a lot of great PvP. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we will need monster crates and cages. Yeah, I mean, so livestock as a whole. Oh, is it a Monster Hunter reference? Okay, never mind then. Shame on me. So, yeah, livestock will be a commodity in itself that you will be able to haul. And I've always, when I got the Caterpillar years and years ago, like we're talking maybe when it first came along, because I think someone bought me a Hull C, and then the Caterpillar came along, and I was like, I want that, because it's like a more rounded ship. I've got to stop saying like. And seeing this Caterpillar with the railings at the top, you know, the gangway at the top, and then your modules below, would be ideal for Kazi grazer hauling, where you could throw some hay down, or I don't know what they eat, throw whatever they need down, walk along the gangway so you're not going to get completely trodden on, and just make sure they're all right, and haul them. But we will need things like cages, absolutely. And I also want to see, I've said it before, but you know the mission, the Xenomorph, or the Xenophase, or whatever it is in Star... Oh man, not StarCraft. Bethesda game, new one, that one. where you have to go and take out that creature, the Xeno thing, like alien style things. Absolutely. Oh, 7 Sketto, how you doing? Elite, it is, my friend. I swear it's my real voice. LGA, how you doing? Star Furries, that'll be the one. Starfield. I don't know why I couldn't get to that. Yeah, I've been observing the sandworm on Layer 3 since 2046. Since 2946, sorry. Perfect use for the Endeavour. Lots of storage to store live animals. Yeah, I mean, we will see, like, farming ships. I can guarantee it. They'll create a farming ship where it's set up to farm cattle and other creatures, but in space. Like Charlie Chipmunk. Like Alvin. It is palicos. What's that colour? The palicos of Monster Hunter look like cats. Oh, do they? I don't know myself. I've never played it. I did like the idea. I love the concept of Monster Hunter, but I never got onto it myself. Are we playing here? Pedro, come on. Ooh, my neck. Felt like something was going to click then. That's what I mean, getting old. I just need to get back into... the garage is full of things for charity, and it was full of cardboard. Thankfully, that's gone now. But, yeah, it's too cold. It's too cold to be working out in a garage. What's that about? When I get the Starlance, I'm going to keep Copian in the belly, then land and release the hounds to attack nearby prey. Hunt, my beauties. Closest thing I can think of at the moment is the A2 with all the turrets. Oh, sorry, you're talking to APOC. Yeah, you see. If you don't put the name of who you're talking to at the beginning of your message, I read it. I read it first. I remember the caterpillar was supposed to be modular and even come with a human. Well, yeah, that was quite a funny episode of whatever it was. What was it? Ship Shape with Randy Vasquez, where... Was it Randy? I think it was, where they were working on the various modules. I mean, it's still going to be a modular ship. It definitely will be a modular ship. But I think since then, they have decided that firing humans out of a torpedo launcher at the front of the caterpillar is probably a bad idea for boarding. I still think it's a cool idea. And I think there's room for that gameplay. But I can understand why this idea of launching a human at whatever speed out of a caterpillar torpedo thing to have them go the side of the ship is probably not going to work as intended. Lump, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Kablam, welcome. Thank you for thanking Honcho there. Much appreciated. And thanks again, Honcho, for the gift subs. Lacal, welcome. Yeah, Ironclad. That'll be a good one for it as well. The YouTube stream is well behind the Twitch one. Oh, is it? What do you mean in terms of... I wonder if it's having another... It always does this. I don't know if it's doing it, but sometimes it can... I don't know. I'm hoping AV1 will help with this regard. The voice you are hearing is his real voice. Stummerfu, how you doing? Do you know if they fixed all them quests... They were not showing up in the new build? I don't know. We'll have to check. So I do plan to download the PTU build when that comes out tonight, all being well. And one thing that would be worth checking, absolutely, would be the missions, because I believe that's part of what this 4.0.1 build will tackle as well, is the mission issues. So hopefully they can fix them all. Because, we've got the new mission system refactor. That's in. It's clearly had some problems, which will need to be optimized and fixed up. So I'm assuming that's what they'll be working on. And then from there, maybe for 4.0.1 or maybe a later patch, they'll start hooking up all the other mission types, like we have hauling already, but other mission types into the dynamic mission system, which will allow them to bring out many, many more missions going forwards. But yeah, I'll definitely check it and see how it works. Is there integrated controller support? Yes. Yeah, you should be able to use controllers. I mean, Chris is a controller user, I think, for the most part. You know, back in 2012 he was. I don't know if he still is, but yeah, they want to support all controller types and peripherals. So whatever you've got, plug it in, WE, welcome, and bind what you need. And see. I mean, in fact, I think certain demos they've performed have had control. Wasn't there one where, what was his name? Glenn. He was showing off. It was the Microtech demo of that infiltration mission, I think, where he was using a controller in one hand, pushing the analog stick to walk, while using a mouse in the other hand, and every so often he would his finger would slip, and the character would just go whoop, like that. And it was really annoying, but that was his preferred way. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, you should be able to use whatever controller you have. I don't think there are many limitations to which controllers work and which don't, but there may be some. Medpen Glenn, is that the guy? To be fair, back in 2012 for Chris, most dual sticks, yeah. In fact, they were working with Mad Cats, weren't they, to build a dedicated Star Citizen joystick, which was on display in 2015 at CitizenCon. Looking at the sticks now and the controllers now, it is pretty awful. I liked it, but when you see what Virpil and VKB have come out with, it's like, I'm glad they went with that like sleek black design rather than the orange and white that we had, which I suppose was more in line with what, you know, the branding of RSIE to some degree. But yeah, back then there wasn't a great amount. It's games like Star Citizen that have driven the need for peripherals, and that'll get even more as time goes on, like with Virpil creating yokes. Thrustmaster are working on one that is supposed to be working for Star Citizen as well. But yeah, you will be limited with binding, but you can always use your keyboard, you can always use button boxes. You need to use a third-party program to get controllers to work fully. Oh, okay. Interesting. Silent, how you doing? Can I mine you? Yeah, you should be able to. Do you mean prospector mining? You should be able to, but I would be a little cautious about jumping in and doing a lot of mining just because of bugs and issues that may interrupt your fun. A proper railgun ship. What, like the Idris? The Retribution is very stealthy. Imagine pissing me off. 2 Krakens, 2 I mean, it's probably more than that, to be fair, Deke. We will probably get a few more in going as well. Yeah, like you were saying the other day, in fact. Glenn, look out the window, Glenn. Glenn, go by. It's like... Exodus, welcome. Yeah, Gunfighters. That's what I'm rocking. I ain't got any pedals yet, though. That might be one for later down the line. Did they get bought out by Logitech? I've seen that they're back, yeah. But I don't know what they're doing now, other than maybe mice. The prototype stick. Was it signed by Chris? Did it end up on eBay? Who sold that? Who had access to that to sell it? Thank you for the follow, by the way, Exodus. Just saw that Hacksmith compare a real F-16 stick with VKB. Even though VKB was very, very nice quality, it was still a toy in comparison to like an actual real-world F-16. That doesn't surprise me, to be fair. It doesn't surprise me at all. You know, at the end of the day, an actual real-life stick is hopefully going to stop people killing themselves in aircraft compared to an actual game stick. But they're close, I suppose. Oh, he flew a real one. We had some, in fact, I don't know what they were flying overhead, but some really cool jets flying overhead earlier. Yesterday, actually. Have you ever used voice mod to give yourself a Mandalorian helmet sound? No, I haven't. Eventually, helmets will actually muffle your voice to some degree. They showed this off, actually, back in... Man, when was it? It was when we first saw Delamar and, you know, Levski, where that was the first time they rolled out VoIP. And when you had a helmet on, it would sort of create a comms voice sound, and when you would take it off, it would have, you know, localized reverberation and normal sort of sounding. And I think what we'll see long term, especially when they start working more on the VoIP system and making it more refined, because if you don't know, Chris wants to make VoIP so good that it discourages heavily people to use third-party VoIP options. Now, obviously, you cannot stop people using third-party VoIP, and people will. Absolutely, they will, especially to keep themselves secret. But he wants to make the in-game VoIP so good that people will feel like they're missing out by not using it. So part of that is actually creating different audible sounds when you're, you know, when you're wearing a helmet, wearing different, maybe even different helmets will have different audible outputs. But yeah, it'll be nice to see VoIP get much more. In fact, I hope that's one of the fixes. I'm assuming it will be as well for 4.0.1. It's it would be a real shame if VoIP isn't fixed, because I mean, as much as obviously when it's just me and Deacon, jumping in Discord isn't a problem because it's just quite straightforward. But when I'm in game and like when we've been with a big group, having that proximity voice is so much better because you can talk to someone close to you, you can walk into a crowd, talk to someone else who's within closer proximity to someone else, you can hear other people in the background talking. It really adds to the game, and I hope it gets fixed soon. Yeah, that's true. As Ramoyne says, controller support will certainly be a priority to get improved when they get closer to releasing Squadron. I mean, irrespective of, yeah, releasing it to console, but especially if they are planning to do that, 100%. Oh, are they, Bandit? They're quite clever on console. They use modifiers for everything combined with the interaction wheel. You can do everything. That's clever. That's good. Exodus. You don't need... Yeah, I'm sure I recognised your name somewhere. Have you changed accounts or something? Appreciate the subscription and the follow, my friend. Beers and party, please. Boosh, boosh. Thank you so much. Boop. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. As Kemi says, the VoIP system will have to scale. I think the starting point of that is this social refactor, as we've mentioned in the past, as they've spoken about. You're going rock mining in Pyro. Silent, let me know how you get on, mate. Be careful. Yeah, as we know, they wanted to get the transit refactor out before the end of the year, with 4.0 going live, which they didn't manage to do. That got pushed back so that the engineers working on the transit refactor can help work on server meshing, which I think was the good idea because it managed to get server meshing actually working, which was the primary goal for 4.0. Unfortunately, it was shadowed by a lot of other problems, but it's there now. So I would be surprised if they're already back working on the transit refactor, which will help with trams, elevators, and all that kind of jazz. But they also mentioned the need for a a social refactor, which handles everything like parties and VoIP. And that will be needed for organizations and being able to do all that kind of stuff as well. So it's a very important system that will hopefully roll out soon. Well, not, as soon as possible. Nothing is really soon until it's on us. You was honestly surprised that CIG decided to let us 3D print entire spaceships. I was. Yeah, I was very confused by that because it's kind of like... I mean, I'm not... After thinking about it, I'm excited for it, and I think it'll be better. The game will be better for it. But it's kind of like, Range Rover allowing you to build your own Range Rover or 3D print it. They can, of course, and they already have to some degree, retconned it in a way to make it out as though, we have the capabilities to do it. I can't remember where I read that about why we're able to do it according to the law. But yeah, I was very surprised and very shocked at the end of that 1.0 video when they also showed us being able to build the Bengal carrier, because I never considered that would be a thing. But again, as much as it seems a bit odd, I am glad. I really am. because it is going to be one crazy cool aspect of the game. Being able to build our own ships. But again, it's not going to be something you can just instantly do. There's going to be a lot of work behind it, scaling based on the ship itself and the size of it mostly. But getting the materials, firstly building something like a fabricator that big. Hey, it's alright, Exodus. Sometimes Twitch just does what Twitch does. Yeah, it might be YouTube that I recognize your name from. Because it's the first time you've chatted on Twitch, so it might be that YouTube is where you've been most of this time. So you want to bring the patch 4.0.1 into the PTU so that the game progress can be deleted from the preview without breaking your word that the preview is the actual live server progress. No, so as it stands right now, anything you do in the preview, 4.0 preview, will persist when 4.0 goes live, be that 4.0.1 or 0.2 or whatever they determine as their live build. That is still the plan. At this time, they said they don't feel the need to wipe, but they always reserve the right in case of any issue. So, ultimately, if there was a wipe, I couldn't care less about 4.0 preview because progress is more important, right, to getting to 1.0. The alpha, which is 4.0, it was 3.0, it was 2.0. I'm not here for that, as I said in the past. I'm here for the finished product. I will play what we have now because I enjoy it. When I don't enjoy it, I stop and I play it again later. But yes, I want them to push 4.0.1 live, even if that means wiping all the progress in 4.0. Why wouldn't you? We're not playing the alpha. We're not here for the alpha. The point is getting the game finished. So ultimately, yes, absolutely. But thankfully, as it stands right now, they're not going to wipe 4.0 preview when 4.0 goes live. It'll carry over. But as I say, even if it didn't, you want to stay with 4.0 for the rest of time, preview for the rest of time, and not get the rest, you know? So yeah, absolutely. It's and hopefully it'll come without wiping, because I've played it as if it wasn't getting wiped, and if it does get wiped, it is a shame because I've made some progress on my various accounts. So I would hope that they wouldn't wipe, but at the same time, they may need to. It is not a guarantee. Sorry, I went off on a bit of a rant there. Not aimed at you, Graph. I was just trying to put it across. Octopus, how you doing? Tonight, the PTU will release... rant more. Sorry, Nightis. Yeah, the PTU 4.0.1 should be going live tonight. They tried to put it out last night, but it went wrong. So they're putting it out tonight. If you're concerned about a wipe, you're completely forgetting the game is in... Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a real double-edged sword, and I can understand both sides of it. Like, I can understand why having a wipe is frustrating for people, absolutely, including myself. In this circumstance, I don't want to wipe because I've been progressing and I found some decent gear. But at the same time, I play Star Citizen, any patch, fully knowing that anything I do is pointless because it'll eventually get wiped. But I play because I enjoy it, and I create the experience in my head as if I'm playing it now, and then a wipe comes and I'm like, okay, we'll start afresh. Burger, how you doing? Crafting ships is a logic in a universe with a... Well, absolutely. I think in general, it's a logical path to take for creating some really cool gameplay. So, yeah. Bo, a mod timed you out to stop you from just constantly whining. If you keep going, we will just ban you, mate. You might want that, you might not want it. I don't know. I don't care. If you're gonna keep going on about it and disagreeing and telling me that you're disagreeing, like we can agree to disagree. That's perfectly okay, and you can remain here and join in with the chats and hang out. But if you just keep repeating yourself, ultimately banging your own head against a wall, I'll just ban you because I can't be bothered, mate. There's more to get on with. So please, carry on. And, you know, if you want to remain here, don't carry on. If you don't care, carry on. It's fine by me. I couldn't care less either way. Yes, the player economy, I mean, not even necessarily the foundation being building ships, but building anything is the foundation. Oh, are you on about PvP being the foundation? Building stuff like that would take decades doing it solo. Well, yeah, I mean, like, building your own base, building a smaller ship will be doable, you know, within a reasonable time frame. It'll take a lot of work, of course, but when it comes to building something like a space station solo, it's probably not possible with all the other bits that would need to go with it, right? Tell you what, I'll do the honors. I'm bored of you, Max. I'm sorry, mate. You've worn my patience thin. Too much. There we go. Thank you. I just, yeah, can't be bothered. We'll just move on. E-Hawk, good evening. You know how to handle it more than I do. I don't even know how YouTube works for that kind of thing. Yeah, the Pioneer, looking at what the Pioneer is bringing is just very exciting, especially now it's being updated. I can't wait for that. Yeah, you think it can be done? Well, I don't... I suppose, you know, without any interference from anyone anywhere, being able to do it all on your own without any worry of being attacked, for example, will be possible. But yeah, I feel like it's probably... I suppose... should be possible in theory, but patience and time and, you know, not wanting to do anything else but build your own space station would probably last a long, long time. CB Jack, how you doing? Nice to see you. Jim Flag, welcome. Yeah, there's more than PvP. There's, you know, it's an everything game. Tomorrow may never come. Play now. Bugs vary from person to person, and if something really hits the fan, can try again a few hours later or the next day. Yeah, absolutely. They said it would be possible in the Q&A, but it would take... Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, it is now time for me to finish. It is 6 o'clock. I'll be streaming again on Monday. There should be a new video coming out on Sunday, which is likely going to be... probably checking out, or not maybe playing the PTU. I'm hopefully going to be able to play that over the weekend at some point, maybe on an evening, just to kind of check out what's new. But with all the fixes, it's not something you can just have a quick session in and see what's new. We're going to have to test a lot of other things over a duration of time. Where do I think 4.1 will go live? And do you think they will add more solar systems besides... Pyro. So 4.1, I'm assuming will go like they'll go back to their regular patch rollout throughout this year, which is end of March patch, end of July, end of September, end of December. Potentially March, we could see a 4.1. Systems will roll out as and when they become ready to do so. So Nyx will be the next system, as we know, and that will come out maybe this year, maybe next year, it depends. But, you know, with each system they roll out, it gets quicker. They get quicker at rolling out more and more. So, yeah, 4.0.1 first. That'll be PTU tonight, hopefully live within the next couple of weeks, pushing the 4 branch to live officially. And then 4.1, I suspect maybe March. It depends on what is needed with the fallout of 4.0, which hopefully there isn't any need to. So yeah, that's my theory anyway. No, I don't think 4.1 will come sooner, but whatever they... So we'll get things like engineering and so forth, I believe, in an interim patch, but like a 4.0.2 or 0.3 or whatever. But yeah, that's Foxy Loxy. What have we rolled on to here? Where are we going? There we go. That's an appropriate one. And then they'll just keep rolling out with more systems as time goes on. But yeah, I don't know personally, because I don't know what their plan is. Their cadence of releases changed while they were rolling out core tech, because they couldn't properly anticipate how long it would take for each piece of tech to come out, and it just had to take as long as it takes. But generally it's 4 patches a year each quarter, and I think they're probably going to go back to that this year. I don't know, but I assume so. Dendra, welcome. And we should get engineering and all the things that were pushed, I assume, in an interim patch, like a 0.2, 4.0, 0.2, or 0.3 before 4.1, or they could ultimately put that into the 4.1. But yeah, until they update the roadmap with the plans for the release viewer, we just don't know. Yes, that's what 4.0.1 is addressing all the issues and everything that they didn't have time to get done for the initial 4.0 preview drop. That's what they're working on there. And that should be tonight. We should see that come tonight with all those fixes, hopefully taking the preview build to a place of a live version where it's solid, stable. There might still be more to do, but at least it'll be fixing a lot of those issues. Yes, absolutely, Octopus. Once Squadron goes live, a lot of people will be like, okay, they can create a good game, and there'll be a lot more confidence there. Plus, it'll just introduce people to Star Citizen as a whole, because there's only like so many million people that know about it. There's many more million to come. But anyway, let me pass the stream on to somebody else. Division, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. But again, that's my theory on how it's going to go. I don't know, because they haven't told us. All I can go on is the past and what we've heard about. But yeah, until they actually tell us exactly what's happening, I am just guessing based on what I've seen. Yes, Mr. Meyer, absolutely. Greater, how you doing? Yeah, we'll catch you all most likely after the weekend. As I say, I'll probably jump in and test the PTU for work purposes rather than like fun purposes, so that on Sunday I can put out a video talking about how it is. Is it just Maya, isn't it? Yeah, excellent. Enjoy Maya's stream. If you are on YouTube, I don't know if I don't think he streams on YouTube. I don't know, but he is a beautiful human being, friend of the channel, and myself. And yeah, enjoy his stream if you are watching it. Yeah, 100+ critical and blocker bugs fixed with this 4.0.1, and other fixes as well. So, does he not? Okay. So, yeah. Enjoy. This is... Hang on, not quite ready for this sentence. This is my end screen. 07. Have a great evening. Have a great weekend. Here is to this patch being the patch we need to make 4.0 playable again and getting it to live, because from there on, it is just building the game. And that's very exciting. Time, how you doing? Anyway, much love. I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.